Chapter 308. Peak Early Stage Shinto Realm. My current strength in terms of martial skills has at least doubled, which is comparable to the time when I was using the Grand Ignition technique. Baiziwa took a deep breath and compared it to his strength when he used the Grand Ignition technique. Soon, he made a judgment. Following this, his eyes were filled with a hint of satisfaction. The Grand Ignition technique was a double-edged sword. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, his strength had increased slightly, although it only made his strength comparable to when he used the Great Burning Essence technique. It should be known that he was in his normal state and could constantly erupt with powerful strength. If he were to use the Grand Ignition technique with his current strength, his strength would definitely skyrocket. He estimated that he would not be any weaker than a late-stage Shinto realm cultivator. At this moment, Ziwa finally shifted his gaze onto his stats panel. Name: Ziwa Martial Skill Level. Peak Early Stage Shinto Realm Immortal Skill Level. Early Stage Awakening Realm Martial Skills. Invincible Golden Body Technique. Lesser Success Stage of the Shinto 9 Revolutions Technique, 0%. Martial Skills. Perfection Stage of the Deity Vanquishing Saber Technique. Perfection Stage of the Immortal Martial Palm, Immortal Skills. Purple Chi Visualization Technique, 8/369. Perfection Stage of the Wufang Pure Force Technique. Beginner Stage of the Immortal. Martial True Body, 37%. Skills. Perfection Stage of the Talisman Technique. Perfection Stage of the Wondrous Jade Pill, Refining Technique Magical Skills. Perfection Stage of the Icy Flame Technique, Magical Instinct. Perfection Stage of the Frightening Divine Thorn. Perfection Stage of the Thunderfall Technique. Perfection Stage of the Rising Sun Sword Technique. Perfection Stage of the 100 Steps Wave Treading Technique. Perfection Stage of the Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light. Perfection Stage of the 7 Fiendish True Fire. Beginner Stage of the Shunshao 5 Thunder Technique, 17%. Perfection Stage of the Single Sword Breaking 10,000 Arts, 18%. 5 Elements Shield Technique, 21%. Divine Earth Escape Technique, 35%. Spiritual Energy, 38531 inch, only 38,000 points of spiritual energy left. As expected, the lower my spiritual energy is, the faster it will be used up. It took me half a month of hard work to accumulate it, and it's gone in an instant. However, I've already achieved the lesser success stage of the 9 Revolutions technique, and my strength has also reached the peak early stage Shinto realm, which is not bad. As for the cultivation of other spells, I'll take my time. If I take it step by step, I'll eventually be able to get started. ZUS stage of the Ascension stage of the 9 Revolutions technique. He wasn't aiming too high. Even though he knew that there was still a huge gap between him and the sect leader of the Tao Accomplishment sect, Zhou Qing. At the very least, he couldn't break his opponent's defensive spell. This way, the other party would be in an invincible position. However, he knew that food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken one step at a time. As long as he could steadily increase his strength, he believed that sooner or later he would be able to increase his strength, surpass his opponent, and then crush him to death. He estimated that this day would not be too far away. The next day, Ziwa walked out of the Immortal's cave in a white robe, with a bag of holding and a spirit beast bag hanging from his waist. Looking at the spirit gathering tree on the spiritual land and the spiritual energy that gathered around it, he thought for a moment before burying the 2 seeds that he had dug out back then into the tree. The reason why it was taken away was because the spirit gathering tree would wantonly absorb the surrounding spirit chi and vitality when it was hatching. Now that it had grown normally, it would continue to have the effect of gathering spirit chi. On the contrary, it could help the growth of the spiritual plants around it. Naturally, he had no more concerns. Because these 2 seeds had not sprouted, he still didn't know what kind of spiritual plant it was. However, since it was sealed together with the spirit gathering tree, it definitely wouldn't be simple. He was also looking forward to seeing what these 2 seeds would look like when they sprouted and grew, and what kind of spiritual plant or tree they would be. After instructing Fu Yongyu and Gao Ming to continue to take care of the spiritual land and take care of it carefully. Yue stepped out. This time, at least for a short period of time, he wouldn't be back. Therefore, he had already arranged for the two of them to be employed for 3 years. Both of them were honest people, and he believed that they would take good care of his spiritual land. After leaving the Immortal's cave, Ziyue patted his waist. Instantly, a long, bar-shaped, middle-grade spiritual weapon with 2 long silver wings on its tail appeared in front of him. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and the elemental energy in his body flowed continuously. The spiritual weapon suddenly expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it expanded and turned into a small boat that was 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was the Gale Silverwing flying shuttle. With a light leap, Ziyue jumped onto the flying shuttle. He casually took out 10 middle-grade spirit stones and embedded them in the corresponding positions. Boom! The spiritual light on the flying shuttle immediately shone brightly, and its power seemed to have become more abundant. At this moment, Ziyue calmly pointed forward. The flying shuttle instantly cut through the sky and went straight out of the mountain gate of the Chaoyang sect. This Gale Silverwing flying shuttle could be driven by his elemental energy, but could also be driven by spirit stones. With the idea of saving elemental energy, Ziyue naturally chose to use spirit stones. Anyway, although spirit stones were precious to him, it wasn't something that couldn't be obtained. In the Demon Ridge mineral vein, there were spirit stone veins. Just as Ziyue's figure drove the Gale Silverwing flying shuttle to the sky and flew out of the mountain gate, a figure appeared not far from Ziyue's Immortal's cave. Almost immediately, he took out a light purple talisman. With a slight press, the talisman was immediately activated and turned into flying ash, disappearing. The 1,000-mile message charm, even if it couldn't transmit sound or text, under certain circumstances, the 1,000-mile message charm could definitely play a great role. His face lit up with joy, knowing that he had obtained 300 karma points. He was about to leave when he suddenly saw a silver-white light. It was silent, but extremely fast, piercing towards him. He almost didn't have time to react before his head was pierced. Following this, a pitch-black flame suddenly descended and landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, including his Dharma artifacts, identity medallion, and spirit stones, were all burned to nothing, leaving not even the slightest bit of residue. After a while, a breeze blew, and even the wisps of elemental energy fluctuations dissipated. It was as if there was no killing at all. No one would notice that someone had disappeared without a trace. After leaving the Chaoyang sect, Ziyue controlled the flying shuttle and flew at a low altitude. Soon, he was close to the swamp area of the remote Cloud Mountain. Spiritual energy plus 68, plus 365, plus 42, plus 9, plus 245. As he approached, the values of his spiritual energy increase in the attribute panel quickly flashed. In a short time, the amount of his spiritual energy had increased by more than 1,000. As he quickly approached, the amount of spiritual energy increase also increased rapidly. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. At this moment, Ziyue really had the urge to wait here for a long time. The Tempest's silver-winged flying shuttle was extremely fast. Although Ziyue didn't increase its speed to the maximum, it was already faster than the flying sword of an early-stage enlightened immortal master. It was not much slower than a mid-stage enlightened immortal master. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, a sword light that was extremely fast shot from afar, ruthlessly stabbing towards the Tempest's silver-winged flying shuttle. Buzz! At the same time, wisps of black mist rose into the air and shrouded the area within a few dozen zhang of them. The Yin Qi Fog Formation. This formation had a certain bewitching effect, and its greatest use was to trap the enemy. Moreover, because of the dense Yin Qi, if ghosts were to be trapped in this formation, they would be able to exert far more strength than usual. Thus, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard. Numerous ghostly shadows, filled with sinister Yin Qi and seemingly illusory, rapidly rushed towards him. "Who's there?" Ziyue pointed his finger, and a transparent defensive light shield instantly appeared on the Tempest's silver-winged flying shuttle. Boom! The defensive light shield trembled slightly, but the flying sword had already returned without any effect. But then, a series of talismans and Dharma artifacts directly rushed towards the defensive light shield. Although the defensive light shield was extremely tough, under so many attacks it trembled slightly, as if it was a little unstable. Ziyue's eyes were cold as he scanned his surroundings. The Yinshi fog couldn't block his spiritual eye technique at all, and the figures of all the people who attacked him this time fell into his eyes. An early-stage enlightened immortal master, and a total of 8 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators of the 7th, 8th, and 9th stage. As expected of a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Even if it's just a supplementary flying shuttle, its defensive power is not weaker than a mid-stage enlightened immortal master's defensive spell. A voice of admiration came from the early-stage enlightened immortal master's mouth. He immediately controlled the flying sword again. It pierced through the air towards Ziyue. Isn't it a pity that such a treasure fell into the hands of an alchemist? Together with the high-grade spiritual artifact Golden Thread Astral Pearl, it can increase my foundation by a lot. Then a slightly crisp voice came from afar, but it was extremely clear. It's you? Ziyue turned and landed on the person who came. His face immediately darkened, and he said, I always knew that someone was secretly watching me. Obviously, they were jealous of my gains from the auction of the awakening pill. But I didn't expect that the mastermind was the famous fairy Hong Chun in the sect. At this moment, he was indeed a little surprised. He had previously thought that it was Ma Chengfu from the Ma clan, and even suspected that it was the other 2 great immortal cultivation clans, the Yu clan and the Wan clan. But he never expected that the person who attacked him this time was an elite disciple of the sect, Fairy Hong Chun, who had countless admirers in the Chaiyang sect. Fairy Hong Chun was a mid-stage enlightened immortal master, and she had also participated in the auction of his awakening pill. Because of her extremely beautiful appearance, excellent temperament, and ethereal aura, coupled with her extraordinary strength, she was extremely popular. Even he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. However, he had never thought that such an otherworldly fairy would actually try to kill him because of a spirit weapon and the like. Chapter 309. Boom! It was also at this moment that the defensive shield on the flying shuttle finally couldn't hold on any longer. Under the attacks of several cultivators, it was bombarded and shattered. However, just as the defensive shield on the flying shuttle was about to shatter, streaks of golden silk turned into streaks of Gang spiritual Qi and suddenly rose up, directly enveloping Ziyue. Since you knew, you still dare to come out alone. I don't know if I should say that you are arrogant or courting death. Fairy Hong Chun shook her head and chuckled. Suddenly, a long golden needle rushed out from her body. The needle was extremely small, but its speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it had arrived in front of Ziyue. Since she knew that Ziyue had exchanged for the golden silk spiritual Qi pearl, she naturally had a way to restrain it. This golden needle was a low-grade spiritual weapon, the mother-child gang-breaking needle, which was perfect for this situation. At the same time, she stretched out her hand, and an orange Buddhist whisk appeared in her hand. With a slight shake, countless red threads danced in the air, covering an area of dozens of feet. The Buddhist whisk threads cut through everything. Whether it was the trees that had grown for hundreds of years or the ghosts that could not dodge in time, they were all cut apart. Like a cage that was constantly shrinking, it locked Ziyue in. Middle-grade spiritual weapon, the Red Spider Silk Buddhist Whisk. This spiritual artifact was specially refined from the spider silk of the 8-eyed red spider, a psychic demon. Not only was the silk incomparably tough, just a single strand could cut through iron like mud, but it also contained a strong poison. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would definitely die. Ding! The mother-child gang-breaking needle hit the golden silk spiritual Qi pearl hard, instantly dimming the defensive light of the golden silk spiritual Qi pearl by a large margin. In the face of ordinary attacks, the golden silk spiritual chi pearl's defense was naturally invincible. However, in the face of needle-type spiritual weapons, especially the mother-child gang-breaking needle, it was naturally at a disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the attacks of the other early-stage Enlightening Immortal Master and 9 Chi Refining Stage Cultivators continued to fall, bombarding the golden silk spiritual chi pearl even dimmer. "I'm just confident," Ziyue shouted softly, and a ball of ink-black flame quickly flew out of his body. Chi chi chi. This ball of flame seemed to be able to burn everything. It was incomparably hot. Even from a height of 30 to 40 feet, the swamp beneath the ground was instantly roasted and dried up. Endless amounts of water evaporated, and the poisonous insects in the depths of the swamp also died in large numbers. When the flame collided with the red spider whisk, the red spider whisk began to tremble. Whoosh! The black flames roared and instantly burned a huge hole in the cage formed by the red spider silk. Furthermore, it continued to spread, like a fire that reached the heavens. It directly burned the red spider silk Buddha whisk, causing it to lose much of its spirituality. Every Yin ghost that came close to it was completely destroyed before they could even let out a miserable howl. This attack was none other than the Seven Evils' true fire. Go! Then, Ziyue stretched out his hand, and a silver-white flying sword turned into a stream of light and shot out. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the early-stage Enlightened Immortal Master. The man's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly raised a huge square shield. Above the square shield, there was a wanton spirit light. It was obviously a low-grade defensive spirit tool. However, poof! With a crisp sound, the low-grade defensive spirit tool did not do much. It was directly pierced through by the flying sword. Like a hot knife through butter, it directly pierced through the man's head. Immortal Master Kai is dead. Cries of alarm rang out, and the hearts of all the Chi refinement cultivators sank. Just as they were about to make a move, the flying sword turned into a streak of silver light and disappeared in a flash. When it appeared again, it was already in front of another 9th stage Chi refinement cultivator. "Ah!" he screamed as his body was pierced through. The flying sword was like a bolt of lightning, destroying everything in its path. There was no one who could stop it. What a powerful true fire! What a powerful flying sword! Fairy Hong Chen's pretty face paled, and her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt that she had been too rash in her actions this time. She had instinctively thought that the other party was an alchemist who had just broken through. Even if he had a few decent spirit tools on him, he would be like a child passing through a busy market with gold. He would only attract the greed of others, and the strength he could display would be limited. In the end, she did not expect that the other party's strength would far exceed her expectations. Not only was the True Fire's power boundless, it burned her famous magic treasure, the red spider silk whisk, causing it to lose much of its spirituality. Moreover, he also possessed an extremely powerful flying sword. She only needed to glance at the flying sword to know that it was not something she could block. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fairy Hong Chun hurriedly waved her hand, and a yellowed talisman covered in fine vein patterns was tossed out by her. This talisman was a second-grade intermediate talisman, the earth-warping golden light talisman. Almost at the same time as the talisman was activated, Fairy Hong Chen's figure retreated like a startled swan and immediately fled into the distance. She had always been an extremely decisive person. Since she knew that she could not do anything, she naturally would not continue to be entangled. As for the remaining cultivators, they were only in a cooperative relationship. What did their deaths have to do with her? Chi, chi, chi. As the talisman was activated, rays of golden light, like a golden flood, came crashing down on Ziyue. Light of the fireflies. Bai Ziyue raised his eyes without any change in his expression. He slowly extended his jade-white hand from bottom to top. A powerful aura instantly rose. As he raised his palm, the void trembled. An incomparably huge palm print seemed to have broken through the barrier of space. From illusory to solid, it quickly appeared in the void and took shape. The void seemed to have frozen. Then as the palm slammed down, it suddenly exploded. Boom! The incomparably huge palm stretched for dozens of feet and came crashing down. The golden light that was like a tidal wave had just soared into the sky when it was completely suppressed by the palm. It only caused the palm to freeze for a moment before it shattered. The palm's remaining strength did not diminish. It enveloped Fairy Hong Chun, who had already rushed out dozens of feet. Spiritual light flashed on her body, and a thin layer of light enveloped her. Dermic robe. Spiritual artifact, Dermic robe. Not only did it set off her graceful figure, it also had defensive capabilities. However, poof, under the palm, the light barrier cracked like a broken egg. Countless fine cracks appeared on it, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Fairy Hong Chin's body, along with the palm, was smashed into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled. The enormous force crushed the swamp, creating a huge hole that was at least 3 feet deep. Countless poisonous insects and strange beasts in the depths of the swamp were also crushed by the palm, killing them all. This palm was the great immortal martial handprint. As Ziyue's strength had broken through from the Qi refinement stage to the aperture awakening stage, his Xiantian true Qi and pure Yuan Li had fused together. This immortal martial handprint was now much more powerful than before. Die! Ziyue's eyes were cold. The law-evading divine sword, which had already killed all the Qi refinement cultivators, suddenly turned into a ray of light. Like a bolt from the blue, it shot out directly towards Fairy Hong Chun, who was in a sorry state under the palm print. Pill Masterby, please spare my life. I am willing to swear a blood oath to follow you forever as your servant. Also, I'm still a virgin. You can do whatever you want with me. Fairy Hong Chun screamed in horror. She hurriedly begged for mercy, trying to seduce him with her body. There's no need, Ziyue said coldly. The flying sword pierced through her body. Blood gushed out of her body, and she lost all signs of life. With a wave of his hand, the law-evading divine sword entered his body like a swallow returning to its nest. The extremely dim defensive light on his body also shrunk and dissipated. Ziyue's body landed on the ground. His expression was calm. As he blinked, a sharp light could be seen in his eyes. Without any hesitation, his divine sense swept across his surroundings. 2 storage bags, a few spiritual weapons, 7 or 8 middle and upper gray magic weapons, and some scattered spirit stones immediately flew to his side as if they were controlled by a pair of invisible hands. Then he put them away. After that, he pondered for a moment. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 black flames slowly flew out. In the blink of an eye, they had all landed on the corpses on the ground. Chi, Chi, Chi. When the 7 demons' true fire landed, the corpses were immediately incinerated. Looking at the deep pit left by the palm print on the ground, Ziyue struck out a few more times to cover up the traces. When he was sure that he had not missed anything, he took out the Tempest silver-winged flying shuttle again. With a light leap, he stepped onto it. Then, he turned into a ray of silver light and sped away. More than 10 minutes after Ziyue left, 2 figures flew rapidly from the Chaoyang sect and landed on the battlefield. One of them was the Flying Knife Taoist, Lu Yupeng. The other was Gudu Zue, an elite disciple of the sect, just like Fairy Hong Chun. When the 2 of them landed, their pupils shrank as they looked at the traces of the battle on the ground. These are the traces of a battle between at least 2 experts of the middle aperture enlightening realm or above. Unfortunately, the traces of the battle were obviously covered up by someone. The surrounding spiritual chi fluctuations are also very chaotic. The winner must have destroyed the corpses. We can't find out who the 2 parties were. Lu Yupeng frowned and said helplessly, perhaps only the celestial mirror of the Jia Immortal Palace and the mystic tranquility Dao sect's unique technique, backtrack mystic light, can see through it. Gudu Zue also spoke. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his body moved, quickly shooting out. With a wave of his hand, a red thread that was half an inch long appeared in his hand, which was covered in spiritual light. This is... Liu Yupeng was slightly taken aback. Fairy Hong Qin's famous treasure, the red spider silk whisk. Good Uze said with a cold expression. That means it can't be? Liu Yupeng's face stiffened in disbelief. I hope so. However, if it's true, I'll cut the person who did it into 1,000 pieces. Good Azue said coldly. A new VIP group was opened. 768064901. Disciples and above with fans can join. Yes, I'll ask for more information online. I'll ask for votes next month. It's going to explode. I won't ask for rewards. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 3:10. Spiritual Energy 252362. When I set off, I only had around 40,000 points of spiritual energy. Now, it's increased to 250,000 points. That means I've gained 210,000 points of spiritual energy. On the Gale Silverwing flying shuttle, Ziwa looked at the amount of spiritual energy he had, and his eyes lit up. Although he wasn't happy about being targeted like a fat sheep, he was still very happy to see his spiritual energy increase by a large margin. Especially now that he had so little spiritual energy left, it made him even happier. As expected, the stronger the opponent I kill, the more spiritual energy I gain. This time, Fairy Hong Chun, who was in the middle stage of the Aperture Opening Realm, directly contributed over 70,000 points of spiritual energy to me. That early stage Aperture Opening Realm Cultivator contributed around 30,000 points of spiritual energy. In addition to the 80,000 points from the other 9 people, that's a total of 180,000 points. The remaining 30,000 points should be from the many poisonous insects that were involved in this battle. It's normal for me to have 210,000 points of spiritual energy. Ziwa had a clear understanding of every amount of spiritual energy that came into his account. At this moment, he had a rough idea of how much spiritual energy the early and middle stage Aperture Opening Realm cultivators could bring him. At least he had some calculations in his mind. However, after this battle, my weakness of lacking spiritual energy has been exposed. Whether it's the high-grade defensive spiritual tool, the golden spiritual astral bead, or the supreme-grade spiritual tool, the Law Evasion Divine Sword, they both consume a lot of my spiritual energy. If it weren't for the fact that the opponents this time weren't too strong, and almost none of them could withstand a single strike of my sword, I reckon I'll have to rely on spiritual energy to recover my spiritual energy very soon. Ziwa muttered to himself silently. He didn't have any good ideas about this. Using a magic treasure that far exceeded his endurance naturally required an abundance of spiritual energy to operate smoothly. Not to mention these 2 high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual tools. Even powerful techniques like the Immortal Martial Palm and the 7 Fiends True Fire required a lot of spiritual energy. He knew that he had to quickly increase his strength and ignite more acupoints to be able to support himself in a high-intensity battle. Otherwise, once he encountered a powerful existence, his spiritual energy would be exhausted and he would be in great danger. Aside from the increase in soul energy, I've also gained quite a bit this time. Putting everything else aside, just these 2 storage pouches alone are worth quite a bit. Fairy Hong Qin's storage pouch is 3 square meters and is worth about 6,000 spiritual stones. The other one is 2 square meters and should only be worth about 4,000 spiritual stones. Ziwa took out the spoils of war one by one. This naturally included the 2 storage pouches. If he hadn't broken through to the Aperture Awakening stage, he could only rely on the mind obliteration method to obtain these 2 storage bags. However, now that he was in the Aperture Awakening realm, his spiritual energy had transformed into divine consciousness. Not only was it sharp, but it was also very powerful. Furthermore, he had a rough understanding of the principles behind the sealing of storage pouches. Therefore, it only took him half an hour to open the 2 storage pouches one after the other. Thus, it was easy to determine the value of these 2 bags of holding. In total, they were worth 10,000 spiritual stones. Although it was far less than the one he had obtained from the immortal martial sect leader, Jiang Wudao, he wasn't too surprised or disappointed. Jiang Wudao was the sect leader of a sect. Naturally, his storage pouch would be larger and more valuable. It wasn't something that 2 relatively ordinary immortal martial cultivators could compare to. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, the contents of the storage pouch were all poured out. In addition to the many magic and spiritual weapons that Ziyue had kept, everything was mixed together. He quickly counted them all. There are a total of 4 spiritual weapons: the red spider silk whisk, the mother-child astral breaking needles, the immortal spiritual robe, and the green destiny sword. Among them, the red spider silk whisk is a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, because the spider silk has been destroyed, it has lost much of its spirituality. It needs to be replenished before it can be used. Although the mother-child astral breaking needles are only low-grade spiritual weapons, they are very exquisite in breaking through spiritual astral barrier. If not for my golden thread spiritual astral bead being a high-grade spiritual weapon with extraordinary power, it would have been pierced through in one hit. As for the immortal spiritual robe, although it's not bad, it's a woman's clothing. I'll have to find an opportunity to get rid of it. As for this green destiny sword, if I don't meet any stronger opponents, it's just right for me to use. I'll keep it first. Ziyue picked out the 4 spiritual weapons one by one. After a brief evaluation, he kept them in his storage pouch. Then, his gaze fell on the other treasures. 2 top-grade magic weapons, 8 high-grade magic weapons, 9 mid-grade magic weapons, and even 13 low-grade magic weapons. Although these things aren't of much use to me, they can still be exchanged for a certain amount of spiritual stones. With a total of 30-plus items added together, it should be worth 30 to 40,000 spiritual stones. Other than the magic weapons, there are more than 10 jade scroll pupils, more than 30 talismans, more than 10 bottles of various spiritual pills, more than 10 types of spiritual materials, and a total of 45,000 low-grade spiritual stones. In addition, there are some miscellaneous items. Among the miscellaneous items, there are actually such good things. This jade plate, if I didn't guess wrongly, should be a formation breaking plate. A second-grade high-grade formation breaking plate can break any second-grade high-grade formation without destroying the formation itself. Its value is much higher than a low-grade spiritual weapon. Ziyue did a quick inventory and quickly pulled out a jade plate that emitted a special aura from the pile of miscellaneous items. This jade plate was indeed a formation breaking plate. After carefully putting it away, Ziyue calculated the overall harvest again. He suddenly realized that he had become rich again. Excluding the jade scroll pupils and other treasures whose value was difficult to calculate, if he sold them all, he would be able to exchange them for at least 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones was definitely not a small amount. Even a newly advanced late-stage aperture enlightening realm cultivator would not be able to have such a net worth without several years of accumulation. In his heart, he could not help but feel somewhat satisfied. However, Ziyue also quickly discovered that among the many gains, most of the treasures belonged to Fairy Hongchun. Not only were there spiritual weapons, but most of the spiritual stones for the formation breaking plate were taken from her storage bag. The total value was more than 120,000 spiritual stones. As the saying goes, a man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. With Fairy Hongchun's strength and foundation, even if she did not steal and cultivated step by step, her future achievements would definitely not be weak. In the end, due to a momentary lapse in thought, greed arose in his heart, and in the end his body and soul perished. Even though it's not worthy of sympathy, it made me realize that every step on the path of cultivation is difficult, and being careful is the right path. Ziyue's heart trembled as he slightly reflected on himself. Then, his thoughts turned slightly, and he almost could not wait to focus on the dozen or so jade scroll pupils. He was looking forward to the records on these jade scroll pupils. His divine sense surged, and with a slight brush, a large amount of information poured into his mind in an instant. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Nua slowly opened his eyes, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. There was all kinds of information in these dozen or so jade scroll pupils. There was not only information about alchemy, but also information about weapon refinement, formations, and cultivation insights. Of course, there were also records of spells and cultivation methods. As for spells, because they were all low-level spells, other than 1 or 2 that slightly interested him, the rest were not worth his attention. What really caught his attention was an immortal cultivation technique. This cultivation method was called the Black Yang True Technique. It should have belonged to the cultivator in the early stage of the Aperture Awakening realm. In terms of the profoundness of this cultivation method, it was naturally far inferior to Ziwe's Purple Chi visualization technique. However, Ziwe could still easily see that the number of acupoints involved in this cultivation method did not overlap with the Aperture Awakening section of his Purple Chi visualization technique. The Black Yang True Technique had a total of 296 acupoints, and 262 of them overlapped with the Purple Chi visualization technique. However, there were still 34 acupoints that the Purple Chi visualization technique did not have. According to the Purple Chi visualization technique, the Aperture Awakening realm is actually a process of igniting acupoints and stimulating one's potential. Based on this inference, does it mean that the more acupoints one ignites, the greater one's potential? Will one's strength become stronger as a result? As for the 34 acupoints that do not overlap with these 2 cultivation methods, does one have to use certain methods to ignite them to stimulate one's potential and make one's strength stronger? Many doubts arose in Ziyue's mind. Although he could use his spiritual energy to raise a cultivation technique to perfection, the path of cultivation was never something that could be covered by a single cultivation technique manual. There were still many unknowns and mysteries that required the cultivator to explore on his own. Ziyue pondered for a long time and finally decided to leave it alone for the time being. In any case, his Purple Chi visualization technique's Aperture Awakening chapter had yet to be perfected. It was still too early for him to explore these things. Of course, he would naturally pay more attention to information related to the cultivation of acupoints. He believed that there were definitely many people who had discovered this. It shouldn't be difficult for him to find out how others dealt with it, as long as he did some research. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The bustling land gradually became distant. The terrain also increased correspondingly. All kinds of high mountains, steep ridges, and lush forests appeared one by one. Various types of birds and exotic beasts also increased in number. Some of the larger exotic beasts would often attack his shuttles out of curiosity and instinct. However, their fates were naturally extremely miserable. Not only did they add to Ziyue's spiritual energy, but they also turned into delicious delicacies for Ziyue and the little black dog that he released from his subdued beast pouch to enjoy. I finally arrived at the Demon Ridge Mine. Yao Yao is thousands of miles away. If I were to travel on my own, it would take me at least a month's time to arrive. Even if I were to fly on the Sword Kinesis flight, not to mention the elemental energy consumed in the process, my speed would definitely not be as fast as the Gale Silverwing shuttle. It would take me at least 7 days to arrive. Now that I've arrived in 3 days, it's indeed very convenient. Ziyue compared the map that he received from the sect and became slightly excited. At this moment, he was only 50 miles away from the Demon Ridge Mine. Chapter 3:11. More and more people have died recently. There have been Herculean demonic apes approaching the mining area for 3 or 4 days in a row. Many people were killed by their sneak attacks when they weren't on guard. I don't know when the higher-ups will make a move to clean up these Herculean demonic apes. A group of people holding long sabers and spears were patrolling in a mountain ridge. Among them, a middle-aged man with a black and strong upper body said, "You want the higher-ups to make a move for us, ordinary miners? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. They don't care about our life and death at all. The Herculean demonic ape disaster in Mount Shaojing isn't just a matter of a day or two. Almost every 3 days, someone will report it to the immortals and even the immortal masters and specters. Have you seen anyone really care about this matter? In the end, it's because our black crystal stone mine is the smallest among the 3 mines of the Tao sect. The value of the black crystal stone produced is also the lowest. Naturally, those immortal masters don't care about it. A relatively old man said hatefully, "I heard that there's a Herculean demonic ape king on Mount Shaojing. It's a psychic demon. Perhaps this is the reason why those immortals, stewards, and immortal masters and specters don't want to care about it." A big man holding a huge mountain axe sighed and said. Zhong Yu walked among them and looked around nervously. He didn't dare to interrupt. He was just a martial artist who had just broken through to the internal force realm. If he hadn't been transferred here, he wouldn't have wanted to participate in this mountain patrol. Rather than that, he actually wanted to stay in the mining area. Although there were many dark things in the mining area, he was not as worried as he was now because he was familiar with it. Not to mention, suddenly, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed, "Oh no, the Herculean demonic apes have appeared." The others were horrified and shocked. Soon, they found that on top of the huge trees, there were terrifying ape-like creatures that were about 10 feet tall and had long black fur all over their bodies. They quickly climbed up the trees and rushed toward them. Perhaps because they were too excited, these Herculean demonic apes even let out a series of roars. Every time they climbed and jumped, they would cover a distance of more than 10 meters. Some of the apes even carried huge stones in their hands. They threw them from a distance of more than 100 meters. Bang, bang, bang. Piece after piece of rock fell down like a bolt of lightning. Huge craters immediately appeared on the ground. "Quick, send the signal." As one of them spoke, he hurriedly rolled up his long saber and fiercely hacked a huge boulder apart. That close collision caused his palm to go numb, and his expression changed drastically. Soon, someone sent out a signal. The black fog that soared into the sky exploded in the void. Those Herculean apes seemed to be frightened and could not help but freeze. But soon, the leading Herculean demonic ape let out an intimidating roar, and the remaining dozen or so Herculean demonic apes charged over again. Bang! The brawny man with the giant axe fiercely swung his axe and landed on the chest of the leading vigor demonic ape. The sturdy chest was as hard as armor. His axe only managed to cut a small hole in it before it was unable to continue. Roar! The Herculean demonic ape roared and waved its arm. Under the terrifying force, the axe was immediately sent flying. Not good. It's the Herculean demonic ape commander, which is equivalent to a second-rate expert. Retreat. The brawny man's expression changed drastically, and he turned around to flee. The others fought with several Herculean demonic apes one after another. Their attacks were swift and fierce, and they did not dare to hold back at all. Soon, 2 Herculean demonic apes were lying on the ground. However, as more and more Herculean demonic apes approached, they had to quickly flee in the direction of the mining area. Zhong Yu's eyes were filled with panic, and his face was pale. He was not lucky, or rather, it was more difficult for him to fight with any of the Herculean demonic apes when his strength was not good enough. This time, it was a Herculean demonic ape that had just become a monster that rushed toward him. Although it was in the same realm as him, the Herculean demonic ape was not only ugly and ferocious, but also extremely powerful. It could pull a willow tree upside down and tear a tiger or leopard apart. Under the same realm, he was no match for it at all. Therefore, he was entangled in the situation when the others ran away one after another. Then, the Herculean demonic ape commander, which was equivalent to a second-rate expert, approached him and punched him directly. When he clenched his fist, it was like a clay pot with bristles standing on end. It tore the air apart and let out explosive sounds. Before it even landed, the force that came charging straight at him caused his eyes to darken. He felt endless fear descend in his heart. Under the impact of this extremely strong fear, his body suddenly became completely stiff. It's over. Zhongyu closed his eyes in despair. Puff. At the same time as the strong wind came, a crisp sound was heard. Then, Zhongyu felt a sticky and strong smell of blood on his face and body. He could not help but open his eyes in confusion. Bang! He happened to see that the head of the extremely tall Herculean demonic ape was penetrated, and it fell silently to the ground. Looking around, he immediately saw that the dozen or so Herculean demonic apes that had rushed over this time had all died after a flash of silver light. None of them had escaped. Raising his head, he saw a young man in white standing on a strange little boat, floating in the air with an extremely relaxed look on his face. This young man was naturally Ziyue. He was originally a distance away from here, but he just happened to see a distress signal soaring into the sky. With a thought, he approached. He also happened to save the young man in front of him. Immortal Master, Zhongyu shuddered and hurriedly knelt down, saying in surprise, "Thank you for saving my life, Immortal Master." "Get up," Zhu said indifferently. "Looking at your clothes, you should be a miner nearby, right? Do you know where to go to Foaming Mountain?" "Foaming Mountain? You can walk straight for 30 li from here to there." Zhongyu hurriedly replied respectfully. "Thank you." Ziyue thanked him and did not say much. With a slight shift of his divine sense, the silver-winged shuttle immediately turned, cut through the sky, and disappeared. "Zhongyu, that person just now." At this time, the others who had not run far also returned one after another and asked in surprise. "Immortal Master," Zhongyu said with bright eyes. "I know it's Immortal Master. What I want to ask is, what's his name? What did he say to you?" That person hurriedly said. "I didn't dare to ask." Zhongyu shook his head and said, "But he asked me for directions. He said that he was on a Foaming Mountain." Foaming Mountain? Doesn't that mean that he is very likely to be the new patrol envoy of our mining area? I just don't know if he will take over our Black Crystal Mine, Mithril Mine, or the newly developed Spirit Stone Mine. That person cannot help but guess. Foaming Mountain was a gathering point set up by the Chaoyang sect near the Demon Ridge Mine. With nearly 100 years of development, it had gradually become a place where most of the Immortal Masters, cultivators, warriors, and miners could live together. Ziyue drove the silver-winged shuttle and soon arrived at Foaming Mountain. After a short pause in the void, he immediately landed in front of a tall building. General Mining Office. As soon as he put away the silver-winged shuttle, a group of people immediately came out of the General Mining Office. "I'm Zhang Hansheng, the mining consul of the General Mining Office. May I know who this Immortal Master is?" The old man in the lead asked carefully. "I'm the patrol envoy who came to report this time. This is my position token." Ziyue glanced around and found that most of them were Qi refining stage cultivators. He stretched out his hand and threw out a token. This token was the position token he received from the Chaoyang sect. It was equivalent to a certificate here. "Immortal Master Bai, please come in." Consul Zhang was slightly surprised and hurriedly bowed to welcome Ziyue in. Then he said, "I thought Immortal Master Bai would take half a month to arrive. I didn't expect you to come so soon. The previous patrol envoy died in an accident, and the higher-ups urged me to come. I happened to be free, so I sped up a little. By the way, should I go directly to the Spirit Stone Mine, or do I have some other rules?" Ziyue casually explained and then said, This matter still needs to wait for Patrol Inspector Wu and Patrol Inspector Wang to return together. Then, the Immortal Masters will discuss it together. I'm just a small consul, so I don't dare to participate." Consul Zhang hesitated slightly and quickly said, "Oh." Ziyue's eyes flashed. He knew the reason was not that simple. He just nodded casually and asked, "Then when will the 2 patrol envoys come back? I'll send someone to invite them. They should be here in a few days." Consul Zhang hurriedly said. The 2 patrol envoys came faster than Ziyue expected. That night, when Consul Zhang arranged a banquet for him, the 2 of them arrived together. After a simple greeting, Ziyue found out that Patrol Envoy Wu's name was Wu Zhonghui, and that he was in the middle stage of the Aperture Awakening Realm. Although he had just broken through, and his aura was a little messy, he could be considered extraordinary to be able to break through from the early stage to the middle stage of the Aperture Awakening realm in a short 5 years. As for Patrol Envoy Wang, his name was Wang Ming. Although he was also an early-stage Aperture Awakening realm immortal like Ziyue, he had been in this realm for 7 years longer than Ziyue, so his aura was a little more vigorous. Both parties sat down, and all kinds of delicacies were quickly served. Demon meat, delicacies made with precious materials, spirit rice, and spirit fruits that could nourish the body. It was a very sumptuous meal. Even Ziyue, who was used to cultivating in seclusion, couldn't help but feel that his horizons had been broadened. He didn't expect this Demon Ridge Spirit Stone mine to be so rich in resources, even though it was in such a remote location. Tomorrow is the third watch, so please vote. Chapter 312. Fellow Cultivator Bai, congratulations on coming to our Demon Ridge mine. We'll need to support each other for a while. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Wu Zhonghui looked at Ziyue with a smile and said. Ziyue nodded and did not say anything. The entire Demon Ridge mine belongs to our Chaoyang sect. There are a total of 3 mines, namely the Spirit Stone Mine, the Mithril Mine, and the Black Crystal Mine. Fellow Cultivator Chun has been in charge of the Spirit Stone Mine. But some time ago, fellow Cultivator Chun encountered a psychic great demon and died in an accident. In order to prevent the Spirit Stone Mine from falling into chaos, I'm in charge of it now. Since fellow Cultivator Bai is here and is in charge of fellow Cultivator Chun, you should take the opportunity to take over the Spirit Stone Mine. Wu Zhonghui paused for a moment. Seeing Ziyue's expressionless face, he frowned slightly, but still said, However, this Spirit Stone Mine happens to be in the sphere of influence of Tao Accomplishment Sect. In addition, they also found a Spirit Stone Mine 2 mountains away from our mine. The two are close to each other, so naturally, the relationship between the two has become complicated. So, after discussing with fellow Cultivator Wang, I've decided that I'll be in charge of the Spirit Stone Mine for the time being. That's right. That immortal master Fong Ping from Tao Accomplishment Sect has a fiery temper and is extremely overbearing. Only fellow cultivator Wu can get along with him without causing a violent conflict. That Spirit Stone Mine is indeed the most suitable for fellow cultivator Wu. Wang Ming also chimed in repeatedly. Oh, what about the remaining 2 mines? Ziyue's eyes flickered slightly as he asked. As for the Mithril Mine, fellow cultivator Wang has always been in charge of it. As the saying goes, it's better to be familiar with it than to be unfamiliar with it. Naturally, we can only rest assured if we hand it over to fellow cultivator Wang. So, we can only inconvenience fellow cultivator by to shoulder the management of the Black Crystal Mine. As they spoke, Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming looked at Ziyue one after another. After hearing what you said, it does make some sense. Ziyue laughed and said in an inexplicable tone. Before he came, he naturally had some understanding of the 3 mineral veins of the Zhaoyang sect. He knew that the Spirit Stone vein here was a medium-sized Spirit Stone vein. Although it was divided by the Tao Attainment sect and only half of it could be mined, it could still produce about 300,000 low-grade Spirit Stones every year. There were too many places to start managing such a mine. Naturally, it could be considered a lucrative job. As for the mithril or vein, the mithril or vein produced had excellent conductivity of spiritual power. It was a necessary material for cultivators to refine magic tools and spirit tools. Its value is also extremely high. Although it wasn't as rich as a mid-grade spirit stone or vein, it was definitely not a small amount. As for the black crystal stone vein, in fact, the value of the black crystal itself was not low. It was needed in the refinement of puppets, large-scale artifacts, and various array discs. However, the black crystal stone vein here was not only smaller than the other 2, but it had also been mined for over 100 years. It was relatively barren, and there were very few places to start. Bai Ziyue could naturally tell that Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming were already in cahoots with each other. If an ordinary cultivator had a choice, they definitely wouldn't agree to such a distribution. However, Ziyue wasn't an ordinary cultivator. His purpose for coming to the Demon Ridge mine wasn't for the benefits of the mine in the first place. These benefits might be very tempting for ordinary cultivators, but for him, they were nothing at all. His main purpose for coming here was soul energy. He hoped to make use of the convenience of the many murderers and demons in the Demon Ridge mine to quickly increase the amount of his soul energy, and thus improve his strength as soon as possible. Secondly, this place was very close to the Tao Attainment sect. Naturally, he had to settle some scores with them. Therefore, his expression didn't change as he directly nodded and said, "Let's do it this way." "I agree." "I knew it." Fellow Taoist, Bai is a man of deep righteousness. Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming immediately smiled. Ziyue smiled noncommittally. If he agreed, he was of deep righteousness. If he didn't agree, it would be a deep hatred, right? Also, it's worth mentioning that every 6 months, the sect will send someone to collect the ores. Although the task isn't heavy, there's a quota every time. There are still 3 months until the next batch of ores. Due to lax management, the mining work in the Black Crystal Mine is relatively slack. After fellow Taoist, Bai takes over, you'll still have to supervise. Wu Zhonghui seemed to have thought of something and reminded him. "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Wu," Ziyue said with a smile. "Actually, it's a bit of a pity. This Ziyue came too quickly. The Black Crystal ores produced by the Black Crystal Mine aren't much, but the spirit marrow of the earth associated with it is definitely good stuff. A small piece of it contains terrifyingly pure energy. After absorbing it, it can be directly turned into primary force to increase one's cultivation. It also has a special power to refine one's body. I've only used 3 or 4 thumb-sized spirit marrow of the earth, and I can already feel that my physical strength has increased by 3 or 4 levels. Now that we've handed over the management rights to him, it'll be difficult for us to get the spirit marrow of the earth." On the way back, Wang Ming said with a regretful expression. As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Zhonghui with an envious gaze. Wu Zhonghui's cultivation talent was not as good as his. He had only broken through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage in his 70s. After 8 years of accumulating karma points and 10 years of waiting in line to exchange for Orifice's awakening elixirs, he had only broken through to the Orifice's awakening stage when he was almost 90 years old. However, he had only used 5 years to break through to the middle stage of the Orifice's awakening stage. The reason for this was the spirit marrow of the earth. He estimated that compared to the strength of immortal spells, Senior Brother Wu's physical strength was definitely more terrifying. Actually, it's not difficult. Don't forget that I stayed in the Black Crystal Mine for a full 5 years. Not all the people in charge there are my people, but more or less. Believe it or not, if anything were to happen in the Black Crystal Stone Mine, I would definitely know about it before Bai Ziyue did. I can give him a small spirit marrow of the earth, but I can't leave him without any benefits. However, if there's a fist-sized spirit marrow of the earth, I'll naturally have a way to get it. Wu Zhonghui smiled and said with a confident face, "As expected, Senior Brother Wu, you're still the best. That Ziyue is completely under your control without knowing." Wang Ming looked at Wu Zhonghui with admiration, but he quickly frowned and said hesitantly, "What if the thing falls into Ziyue's hands first? After all, there's still some distance between us and the Black Crystal Mine. If we rush there at full speed, it'll take 30 minutes. Today, we pressured him so much, but he didn't dare to resist. It's clear that he's a weak person. At that time, when the two of us show up together, would he dare not give it to us? At worst, another psychic great demon will appear. If that Shingai wasn't so greedy and wanted a full 50% of my harvest, why would I have to do this to him?" Wu Zhonghui said disapprovingly. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, Ziyue had already turned into a stream of light and left the General Office of Mines on his flying sword. Not long after, he landed in a huge mining area. Yesterday, someone from the General Office of Mines had come here to notify him, so a group of stewards of the Black Crystal Mine quickly gathered here. There had always been an inspector's residence in the Black Crystal Mine. This residence was originally a temporary residence for generations of inspectors. After Ziyue's previous inspector, Wu Zhonghui, moved away, it naturally became empty. Now, with Ziyue's arrival, this inspector's residence welcomed another owner. Ziyue quickly familiarized himself with the place when he moved in, and then began his routine questioning and inventory. The Black Crystal Mine has been mined for 100 years, and its radiation now covers 3 large mountains. Although it can't compare to the Mithril Mine and the Spirit Stone Mine, the production has always been very stable. Every month, we can produce about 300,000 gene of Black Crystal Mine. There are about 1,500 miners in the entire mine, and almost all of them have mastered some martial arts to some extent. Among them, there are about 200 warriors above the internal force realm. There are also some second-rate and first-rate masters, and even a warrior at the early stage of the nascent realm. Every 6 months, the higher-ups will send someone to collect the mine, and each time the minimum is 5 million gene. Now, there are only 3 months left before the next collection. In the Black Crystal Mine, there will be a special accompanying treasure, the spiritual marrow of the earth. It is said that it has magical effects and is very powerful, because it does not belong to the Black Crystal Mine. In the living room of the inspector's residence, the 8 stewards carefully looked at Ziyue, who was calm, and began to report one after another. Ziyue was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "How many gene of Black Crystal Mine have we mined in the treasury?" 300,000 gene. One of them hesitated for a while and answered, Why is there only so much?" Ziyue immediately frowned. In 3 months, they had only mined 300,000 gene. If they had a hand over 5 million gene every 6 months, it would be far from enough. The scene was completely silent. None of the stewards opened their mouths, as if they were in a silent confrontation, and also as if they were hiding something. Ziyue's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly remembered what Wu Zhonghui had specially said. He immediately guessed that this matter was very likely his doing. How much silver is left in the treasury? Ziyue continued to ask. In the Chaiyang sect, most people use spirit stones for transactions. But in the mine, most of the people were ordinary warriors, and what they used was naturally silver. 300,000 taels of silver. One of the steward's voice became even more dry. 300,000 taels of silver was not a small amount for an individual, but compared to a mine with 1,500 people, it was simply too little. They could not even pay the wages at the end of the month. But at this moment, Ziyue's face became even calmer. Chapter 313. Obviously, whether it was the black crystal stones that were mined or the remaining money in the treasury, most of them have been taken away by the previous inspector, Wu Zhonghui. The remaining 150,000 kilograms of black crystal stones must be the result of the forced mining during this period. Wu Zhonghui could successfully take away a large sum of money and black crystal stones. The few stewards in front of him could not escape from the responsibility. "You can leave first." He narrowed his eyes and said calmly. He knew that there was something wrong with these stewards. It would be difficult to get too much information from them. Therefore, he decided to observe for a few days. However, what surprised him was that on that night, 3 stewards visited him one after another and exposed the problems of the other stewards. This also allowed Ziyue to have a better understanding of the situation in the mine. However, in the next 2 days, he did not do much. He only patrolled the entire mine. Occasionally, he would find 1 or 2 unrelated people to talk to. Coupled with his sharp divine senses, he could hear other people's conversations even from far away. He had a more detailed understanding of the situation in the mine. Of course, because of this, he discovered a threat that affected the safety of the entire mine. On the 3rd night, under Ziyue's summons, a robust red-faced old man stepped into the inspector's residence. "Sir Inspector, you're looking for me?" The red-faced old man looked at Ziyue, cupped his hands, and said in a humble manner. This old man was the only connate martial artist in the entire black crystal stone mine, Peijan. His powerful strength naturally gave him more confidence. Therefore, he did not show too much respect to Ziyue. "Boss Pei, please take a seat," Ziyue said. Seeing that the other party had taken a seat, he then said, "This time, I actually have something that I would like to ask Boss Pei for help with. I know what you want to say, Inspector. However, we miners are also humans. Even if we can endure hardships, there is a limit." Last month, under the desperate pressure of the stewards, they worked together to dig out 450,000 caddies of black crystal stones. In the end, the profits were still deducted, and they were already complaining. If they want to pressure them again this month, I don't think there's any need for us to stay. The lives of these brothers were not as noble as those of immortal cultivators, but they were not born to be lowly beings. They came here to earn money, and perhaps some vague hope. However, I absolutely do not wish to be humiliated by you high and mighty immortal cultivators while enduring the harsh environment of the mining area and the life and death crisis of collapsing at any time. Pei Zhan looked straight at Ziyue and said in a deep voice, 450,000 caddies? Ziyue's eyes flashed, and he said faintly, "It seems that the situation is more serious than I thought." He had already learned that Wu Zhonghui had taken away 2 months' worth of black crystal stones, and the last month's share was left in the treasury. A few days ago, when he asked about it, the stewards reported that it was 150,000 kilograms of black crystal stones, but Pei Zhan said it was 450,000 kilograms. The difference between the two was obvious. However, I think Boss Pei may have misunderstood. Although I have to complete the task, that kind of thing is not binding to me. I don't care whether it can be completed or not. This time, I came to you because of the Herculean demonic apes on Mount Shaojing near the mineral vein. That group of Herculean demonic apes is a threat to the entire mineral vein. That's why I wanted to discuss with you and organize the manpower to completely eliminate the threat. Ziyue smiled and said, "Sir, are you planning to take action against the Herculean demonic apes?" Pei Zhan's body shook, and he quickly said, "If you are willing to take action, I am willing to go through fire and water without hesitation." The Herculean demonic apes were a great threat to the entire mining area. Almost every year, at least 100 people died in the hands of such ferocious beasts. Especially recently, they were extremely rampant. Almost every day, Herculean demonic apes would appear near the mining area and attack the miners. He had long wanted to organize the manpower to eliminate them. Unfortunately, although he had enough prestige, the real people in charge of the mining area were the immortal cultivation method cultivators and the inspector. In addition, the Herculean demonic apes were not to be trifled with, and there was a psychic demon overseeing them. That was an existence comparable to an enlightened immortal master. Although he was also a Khanate realm martial artist, he knew that his strength was weaker than an immortal master of the same level. He was no match for the Herculean demonic ape king, so he could only give up. Thinking of the Herculean demonic ape king, his heart tightened again, and he said, "Although the Herculean demonic apes are difficult to deal with, the real threat is still the Herculean demonic ape king. This is a psychic demon. When Inspector Wu was here before, we tried to persuade him many times, but we were all rejected by him. You, the Herculean demonic ape king, will naturally be dealt with by me. You don't have to worry." Ziyue smiled faintly and said, exterminating the Herculean demonic ape king was actually a win-win for him. It could solve the crisis of the mining area, and it could also greatly increase his spiritual energy. Why wouldn't he do it? Not to mention, with the help of the people in the mining area to help him earn spiritual energy, not only would it be easier for him, but it would also be more efficient. His spiritual energy would also increase more and faster. In that case, on behalf of everyone in the mining area, I thank the inspector. Pei Zhan stood up, bowed with a solemn face, and said respectfully, "Boss Pei, you're too polite." Ziyue waved his hand and continued, "In addition, the black crystal stones mined by the miners are calculated according to 1 cent per caddy and 1 cent per tael, right? Yes, this rule has not changed since the black crystal stone mine appeared. It has been followed for more than 90 years. However, because of various deductions, the real profit that fell into the hands of the brothers was only 7 cents per caddy and 7.5 taels. Pei said in an inexplicable tone. At the beginning of mining, there were abundant ores, so 1 cent per caddy was naturally reasonable. However, now that the black crystal stones are scarce, it's definitely not suitable. Therefore, I've decided to change the calculation method after killing the great earth demonic ape this time. It will be calculated according to 1 caddy and 2 cents. In other words, 1 caddy of black crystal stones mined can be exchanged for 2 points and 2 taels of silver. As for the deduction problem, I'll naturally follow up and solve it. You don't have to worry, Ziyue said in a low voice. Thank you, Inspector. Pei bowed again and said excitedly. The next day, the 8 stewards of the black crystal mine came together in an aggressive manner. Inspector, I heard that you plan to eliminate the Herculean demonic ape king in Mount Shaojing. One of the stewards named Guo Zhengwei asked. That's right. Ziyue raised his eyes slightly and said, what about the mining of the ores? If the mining of the black crystal stones stopped for a day, it would be a huge loss. Not to mention, eliminating the great earth demonic ape would definitely cause casualties, and the impact would be even greater. If we can't complete the task in 3 months, who will take responsibility when the higher-ups blame us? The steward named Zhao Wenkai questioned repeatedly. And we also heard that you want to change the treatment of the miners? The cost will directly double. The treasury is already not enough money. What if we can't take it out when the time comes? How can you make a promise so easily? A manager by the name of Zhou Xian also spoke up. Inspector, you haven't managed the mine before, so you don't understand the situation here. Many things can't be solved just by talking. Your decision is too hasty. If you have any decisions in the future, can you discuss them with us before announcing them? Therefore, we advise you to take back your order. Apart from a few of the 8 stewards who didn't speak, most of them spoke in an interrogative tone. This is the decision of all of you? Ziyue said faintly. That's right. Guo Zhenghua hesitated for a moment. After all, Bai Ziyue was an immortal master in the orifice enlightening realm. However, when he thought about Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming, his gaze became firm as he replied. We all feel that Inspector's decision is unreasonable, and we don't have the conditions to carry it out. Zhou Xian said, Inspector, please take back your order. Zhao Wenkai quickly said. Seeing this, Guo Zhengguo's face immediately revealed a hint of pride. The 8 stewards objected to extorting a confession. Although it wouldn't be a huge blow to Inspector Bai's confidence and prestige, it would still force him to carry out his orders. In this way, his goal would be achieved. He believed that after this, they would inevitably make Inspector Bai a mere figurehead, and the black crystal stone mine would gradually fall into their hands. Of course, the reason why he dared to do this was firstly because he had the support of Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming. Secondly, he knew that Ziyue was relatively young and had only just broken through to the enlightened immortal master. He was also relatively soft in his actions. Previously, he was slightly forced by Inspector Wu and Wang Ming to give up great benefits and come to the black crystal stone mine. Therefore, he believed that Ziyue would definitely compromise in the end. Would he dare to do anything to them? Without them, how was Bai Ziyue going to manage this huge mining area? However, at this moment, a tall steward with a strength of Qi refinement level 8 suddenly stood up and respectfully said to Ziyue, Inspector, Bao Liqing did not participate in this matter. Yi Chang'an, Su Xiaoqi did not participate in this matter. Following this, 2 other stewards stepped forward and cupped their fists. You all. Guo Zhengguo's expression changed as he looked at them in disbelief. He didn't think that these people, who usually kept their heads down and didn't dare to make a sound under his authority, would actually dare to refute him. The other stewards' hearts also skipped a beat as they felt that something was amiss. Take back the order? I have something to discuss with you all. Steward Guo, you're overstepping your boundaries. Ziyue glanced coldly at Guo Jingyang and the other stewards, then suddenly said, Boss Pei. Here. Chapter 314. Here. Pei Zhan's voice came from outside the door, and he stepped into the living room. There were 7 or 8 martial artists with him, all of whom were top-notch experts. Go and search Steward Gua's residence. Ziyue said softly. Yes, Pei Zhan replied, and turned to leave. Inspector Bai, don't you think you've gone too far? Zhao Wenkai trembled and said in a panic. Let's see who dares. Gua Zhenghua also shouted out loudly. Do you think I don't dare? Ziyue's eyes were cold, and his aura rose instantly. A powerful aura belonging to the early stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm and the peak of the early stage of the Khanate Realm suppressed everyone. It was like a dark cloud covering the sky, and no one dared to resist. Instantly, all the stewards turned pale and kept quiet out of fear. Pei Zhan, who had not completely left, trembled and looked at Ziyue in shock. His heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Ziyue was not only an Aperture Enlightening Realm Immortal Master, but also a Khanate martial artist who had reached the peak of the early stage of the Khanate Realm. In his heart, at this moment, he was truly convinced and had a greater sense of acknowledgement. Inspector Bai, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to do this for no reason? Not to mention that it's hard to explain to the General Office of Mines. If Inspector Wu and Inspector Wang were to question you, you wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility, right? At this moment, Gua Zhengyang seemed to have calmed down and said in a gloomy tone. Now, he could only bring up the two inspectors, Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming, in hopes that Bai Ziyue would be apprehensive. Explain? Ridiculous. Why should I, Ziyue, explain to anyone when I do things? Not to mention Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming. Even if someone from the sect came, why should I be afraid? Ziyue sneered and said indifferently. Besides, it's easy for you to understand why you're going to die. Bao Liqing, show them what you've written down. Yes, Bao Liqing quickly responded. Then he took out an account book from his bosom and threw it over. Gua Zhenghua received the ledger with trembling hands. Everything about the gold, silver, black crystals, and even the associated ores and spiritual marrow of the earth that he had embezzled over the years were recorded in the book. Most importantly, the 150,000 kilograms of black crystal stones that were worth 150,000 low-grade spirit stones were clearly recorded. This is slander. Gua Zheng was snapped. He knew very well what would happen to him once this matter was decided. The Chaiyang sect seemed to be lax, but the punishment for disciples who made mistakes was definitely not light. You know very well whether it's slander or not. Bao Liqing sneered. Bao Liqing, Yi Chong, and Su Xiao Qi, don't forget that you have a share in the black crystal stones. Zhao Wenkai said in a panic. That's right. There are 8 of us. None of us can escape. Zhou Xian hurriedly said. The 3 of us have sent a total of 30,000 kilograms of black crystal stones back to the treasury overnight. I just don't know if your black crystal stones are still there. It's fine if they are. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as embezzling the sect's property. Bao Liqing said in a cold voice. Ziyue glanced at them indifferently and did not say anything. There was no such thing as black or white in this world. Since Bao Liqing and the others had sided with him and spat out all the things that they had embezzled, he did not want to pursue the matter. Soon, Pei Zhan and the others returned. Many powerful miners worked together. Some of the guards and stewards in their residences could not do anything at all. They dug almost 3 feet into the ground and dug out all their gains. Inspector, this time, we found a total of 50,000 kilograms of black crystal stones, 25,000 low-grade spirit stones, 200,000 taels of gold, and 7 million taels of silver from the steward's residences in Steward Gua's residence. Pei Zhan cupped his hands slightly and began to announce their gains one by one. With his report, Gua Zhenghua and the others' hearts sank. They collapsed as if their souls had left their bodies. Look, don't we have the silver now? Ziyue looked at Gua Zhengyang and the others, smiled, and then ordered, store them all in the treasury. As for you guys, Gua Zhengyang and the others trembled. They looked at Ziyue expectantly, waiting for their judgment. Tomorrow, when you go to the Shaojing mountainous area, each of you must kill at least 3 Herculean demonic apes of the same level. Otherwise, you will die. With that, Ziyue ignored them and continued to speak to Pei Zhan, passed down the order. The 5 who perform well tomorrow will be promoted to stewards. Whether you can advance further will depend on your confidence. We martial artists can also become stewards. Peijan seemed to be puzzled and excited. His face, which was already red, became even redder because of his excitement. Yes. Ziyuan nodded slightly. Yes. Thank you, Inspector. Peijan shouted excitedly. He hurriedly walked out of the inspector's residence and began to make arrangements and announcements. Soon, loud cheers could be heard from the outside. As for the scene, other than Guizhonghua and the others who were disheartened, Bao Liqing and the others did not look very excited. When martial artists were promoted, their status was relatively threatened. Naturally, they were not happy. Ziyuan did not care about this. Although he would not settle accounts with Bao Liqing and the others, it was impossible to completely trust them. If it were not for the lack of manpower, he would not want to keep any of the 8 stewards alive. Although the Shaojing mountainous area had the word Shaojing, it was a continuous stretch of 30 miles. It rose and fell as if it were surrounded by mountains. The trees were lush and tall, and withered vines were everywhere. There were also many ferocious beasts, strange beasts, and monsters gathered there. It was really a place where people rarely went. However, on this day, a group of unfriendly guests came. Thousands of martial artists, armed with various weapons, quickly advanced toward the Shaojing mountainous area. Any living thing that blocked their way, whether it was a wild beast, a ferocious beast, or a monster, was their target. Kill, kill, kill. The sounds of killing alarmed countless living things. Birds flew away, and countless wild beasts retreated. In the jungle, all kinds of noises were heard. Roar, roar, roar. As if they had sensed the movement here, in the depths of the jungle, giant apes jumped quickly on countless tall trees and on the ground. Huge rocks flew out like cannonballs, ruthlessly smashing into the crowd. Occasionally, they would hit a large tree, leaving deep holes in it and letting out muffled, crisp sounds. But soon, there were also figures in the crowd, stepping on the trees and rushing out quickly. Their movement techniques were excellent. They were like agile monkeys. Each of them held a long saber and a long sword in their hands. With a swishing sound, the huge apes fell from the trees one by one. Occasionally, when a slightly stronger ape appeared, a flying sword of less than a foot in size would flash like a stream of light, flying out quickly and killing all of them. From time to time, arrows and flying daggers would be shot out in all directions. Fierce fighting broke out in the forest. Thousands of martial artists and dozens of immortal cultivators with high or low strength moved step by step into the depths of the mountain forest. They were unstoppable. Roar! More giant apes rushed out from the depths of the mountain forest. The strength of each of the densely packed giant apes had reached the level of a ferocious beast. Among them, there were also many monsters with strong demonic aura. When they rushed out, they made a great noise. Every step they took could leave a deep mark on the ground. Many of them carried huge wooden sticks and threw them out hard like human martial artists. Herculean demonic apes. No one knew how many Herculean demonic apes there were in the entire Shaojing mountainous area. But the horror of this group of Herculean demonic apes was experienced by many miners living in the mining area. At the same level, only 3 martial artists could compete with them. The appearance of so many Herculean demonic apes at the same time immediately hindered their originally unstoppable momentum. However, soon, a figure like a reincarnated martial god strode out with a golden long saber in his hand. The saber light rolled up, and blood and flesh immediately flew out. It was Peijan, as an early-stage Greater Heaven cultivator. As long as he didn't encounter the Herculean demonic ape king in the spirit-channeling realm, he was almost invincible. Any Herculean demonic ape that dared to stand in front of them would be killed by him. In order to atone for their crimes, Guizhonghua, Zhou Exan, Zhao Wenkai, and the others were even more ruthless. Their flying swords were like lightning, and they constantly cast spells and talismans. Soon, the group of Herculean demonic apes with surging auras were suppressed and defeated. Therefore, many weaker martial artists moved forward one after another. Groups of 10 or dozens of people attacked together. Although their attacks were disorderly and without any order, they soon achieved results with the advantage of numbers. Ziwa stood on his flying sword and floated in the air. His eyes were motionless, and he seemed a little cold. However, it wasn't hard to see the joy in his heart from the slight smile on his face. Spiritual energy plus 6862, plus 369, plus 4922, plus 9852, plus 1285. Ziwa's gaze fell onto his attribute panel, and he was naturally in a good mood when he saw the constantly increasing number of spiritual energy. With over 1,000 martial artists attacking together, the number of Herculean demonic apes was much faster than him. After all, no matter how strong he was only one person. The range of his attacks and the number of spiritual energy he could kill at the same time was correspondingly limited. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to having so many people attacking together. Indeed, there's strength in numbers. This battle has just started, and my spiritual energy has already increased by 300,000. I wonder how much it will increase when the battle ends? Seeing that his spiritual energy had already soared to 700,000, Ziwa's heart was filled with anticipation. Third update, begging for monthly votes. Also, some people say that the chapters before 12 o'clock don't count, but I'd like to say that there will still be one chapter after 12 o'clock, so there's no difference. Chapter 315. As time passed, the group of people's advancement slowed down, but they never stopped. Countless tyrannical Herculean demonic apes let out earth-shattering roars. Their thick arms were so strong that they could uproot trees that were hard for a person to wrap their arms around with just a slight pull and then sweep them across as weapons. Even a top-notch expert would have to avoid such an attack. However, for immortal cultivators, such a clumsy method was simply the best target. Various Dharma artifacts flew out, often able to produce miraculous effects. Trees collapsed, the earth cracked, and the corpses of great earth demonic apes were strewn all over the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. The sounds of fighting did not stop as time passed, but became more and more intense instead. More and more powerful Herculean demonic apes appeared, causing everyone to feel some pressure in their hearts. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the forest. A terrifying existence more than 30 feet tall, with an incomparably strong body, rushed over like a giant, its aura soaring to the sky. A psychic demon, the great earth demonic ape king. What a strong beast! Peijon's expression was extremely solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he turned into a stream of light and rushed straight over. The moment he was 20 meters away from the great earth demonic ape king, his footsteps suddenly stopped on the ground. Boom! A huge pit was immediately blasted out of the ground, and his figure had already shot out like a cannonball. The golden saber in his hand turned into a golden lightning bolt and slashed down. Blood-imbibing saber technique. Poof! The saber cut deeply into the great earth demonic ape's shoulder, and black-red blood quickly gushed out. The blood that contained a huge amount of chi and blood just dripped on the ground, and a small tree directly withered and died. It was burned to death because it couldn't withstand such a huge amount of chi and blood essence. Roar! The great earth demonic ape king roared. Even though this injury, which was fatal in the eyes of others, was nothing to it, that sudden sharp pain still made it extremely angry. Almost in an instant, an incomparably wide palm slapped out. Bang! Peijon hurriedly pulled out his long saber and blocked in front of his body. However, he was still sent flying backwards like a catkin. Then, he ruthlessly smashed into a huge tree. His back was deeply embedded in it. Cough, cough! Peijon coughed violently. His spleen and lungs were injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this a psychic demon? He's too strong. His heart was shaken, and he felt powerless. In front of such an existence, he did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Dong! 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 After sending his opponent flying with a palm strike, the great strength demonic Ape King did not stop at all. He quickly followed up and aimed a punch at Pei-Zhan. When this punch was thrown out, a ball of intense black light gathered within it. Because the speed was too fast, it tore through the air and made a violent explosive sound. Not good. Pei-Zhan's face suddenly changed. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a cluster of gray light directly landing on the great strength demonic Ape King's fist. Wong. Almost in an instant, his opponent's fist force stopped, as if it had stopped moving. At this moment, it was Ziyue who made his move. Before the great strength demonic Ape King's fist force was about to hit Pei-Zhan, he used the treasure's stabilizing divine light and stopped the attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pei-Zhan quickly broke free from the tree and quickly slid down and away. Go! Then Ziyue stretched out his hand and pointed. The flying sword under his feet turned into a white light and rushed forward. Roar! In the eyes of the great strength demonic Ape King, a very human-like look of astonishment flashed. Immediately, a thick layer of demonic chi defense power quickly spread out from his body. At this moment, his incomparably thick arms broke free from the binding of the treasure stabilizing divine light and quickly turned around a block in front of him. Puff! The flying sword flashed and directly pierced through the demonic aura barrier. There was almost no resistance as it pierced through the light barrier. The remaining force didn't decrease at all as it pierced through the demonic aura barrier. It pierced through the demonic aura barrier, pierced through the demonic aura barrier, and pierced through the demonic aura barrier. The great strength demonic Ape King's body trembled. A trace of pain and confusion flashed in his eyes, which already had a certain level of intelligence. Then, finally, because his vitality was exhausted, he fell to the ground with a bang and could no longer get up. This sword was too fast. It was also too sharp. It was really unstoppable. It could pierce through any existence that stood in front of it. The great strength demonic Ape King is dead. Everyone immediately cheered. Their momentum could be said to be very strong. The momentum that was originally a little frustrated by the appearance of the great strength demonic Ape King increased violently and turned into an endless force, crazily strangling the other great strength demonic apes. More people looked at Ziyue with eyes full of awe. They clearly saw how powerless Pei-Zhan was when facing the great strength demonic Ape King. After gaining the upper hand in the beginning, he was easily crushed later. If Ziyue did not make a move, he might have been smashed into a meat paste by now. In the end, the great strength demonic Ape King that was invincible in their eyes was so powerless in front of Ziyue. One sword? It was just one sword. It only took one sword to easily kill the great strength demonic Ape King. So powerful, Guo Zhenghua and the others were also shocked. They originally thought that even if Ziyue could defeat the great strength demonic Ape King, he would have to fight with it for a while before he could kill the great strength demonic Ape King strenuously. In fact, they were even mentally prepared to retreat in defeat. After all, Ziyue was just a cultivator of the celestial method who had just broken through to the aperture enlightening realm. In the face of Psychic Demon, he did not have the upper hand. In the end, Ziyue's strength was far beyond their expectations. They did not even have time to feel the fear of facing a Psychic Demon head-on before the other party was already dead. Spiritual energy plus 48,263. Ziyue glanced and roughly estimated the strength of the great strength demonic Ape King. With a slight move, the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, law-avoiding divine sword, once again turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. In the following battle, Ziyue did not make a move again. After losing the Psychic Demon, the great strength demonic apes were not a match for the imposing human side at all. Thousands of martial artists pushed forward all the way. It was really unstoppable. Under the decades of hatred, there was no need for Ziyue to say anything. As long as there was a chance, the miners were extremely ruthless. When they pushed into the nest of the great strength demonic apes, they did not even show the slightest mercy to some of the cubs. It could be said that they did not let go of any wrongdoings, nor did they show any mercy, let alone any mercy. Kill them all. Eliminate them all. Other than a few who escaped at the first moment, most of the great strength demonic apes were completely killed in this massacre. In this way, the great strength demonic apes that had occupied this place for hundreds of years were completely wiped out. It would be difficult for them to recover within 100 years. Spiritual energy, 271-5122. Spiritual energy count, 2,710,000 points. In other words, this time when I attacked the great strength demonic apes, my spiritual energy has increased by more than 2,300,000 points. A glimmer of light flashed in Zue's eyes. The harvest was huge. This time, the harvest was really huge. More than 7 million points of spiritual energy would definitely allow his strength to soar once again. At this moment, he really couldn't wait to return to his residence so that he could improve his strength. However, he still suppressed this impulse in the end. Lord Patrol Envoy, accompanied by a shout, Pei-Jean strode in front of Zue. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "I have already checked the situation at the scene. This time, we sent out a total of 1,132 people. Among them, 43 people died, 74 people were injured, and 15 people were seriously injured." Zue's eyes narrowed. The casualties were something that could not be helped. The great strength demonic apes were not weak, and there were many of them. Many people were killed by them as soon as they encountered them. Even he could not save them in time. However, he still instructed Pei-Jean to do his best to treat the injured. As for the dead, he was to compensate them with gold and silver. He was to make proper arrangements for their relatives. This was also something that he could do. Even if the patrol envoy did not say this, I would have done it. In fact, the casualties this time were within our expectations. The casualties of less than 100 people were somewhat beyond our expectations. In the past few decades, more than 100 people died in the hands of the great strength demonic apes in the Shaojing Mountain area every year. This time, everyone is very grateful to the patrol envoy for being able to solve this disaster once and for all. Pei-Jean shook his head and said with relief, "As for the harvest, this time we killed more than 1,200 great strength demonic apes and more than 300 other kinds of strange beasts and monsters. A total of more than 1,500 corpses of strange beasts and monsters. Every part of their body is valuable. Their fur is expensive, and their bones are also good medicinal materials. They can also be used to make bone-refining soup to nourish the body. Even their flesh is a great tonic for us martial artists to increase our chi and blood. The initial estimate is that they are worth at least 3 million taels of silver. In addition, we also obtained 300 monster cores of various colors. These monster cores are of different grades, but they are all excellent materials for refining elixirs. At least 3 million taels of silver is the harvest. If we can find an alchemist to refine them into elixirs, the value will be even higher." After a pause, Pei-Jean continued, "In addition, we also found a large area of spiritual grass growing in the vicinity of the great strength demonic ape's nest. There are fruits on the spiritual grass. After being identified by experienced people, this fruit is called the coiling dragon fruit. Not only can it refine chi and blood, but it can also strengthen the body and increase strength. The great strength demonic apes probably have such terrifying strength because they ate a lot of this fruit." "Oh," Zue raised his eyebrows. He was also a little curious. Chapter 316. After this battle, Zue naturally saw how terrifying the strength of these demonic apes was. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than existences that were an entire level above them. He had originally thought that this was the innate ability of the demonic apes, but now it seemed that this coiling dragon fruit also had an effect. Naturally, he was somewhat interested. He had always spared no effort when it came to things that could increase his strength. Thus, he quickly ordered Pei-Jean to harvest all of the ripe coiling dragon fruits and store them in his treasury. Black Crystal Mine, Inspector's Mansion, Secret Cultivation Room. Ziyue sat cross-legged, coiling dragon fruit. With a flip of his hand, a jade box appeared in his hand. Crack! The jade box opened. Inside the jade box, there were 9 egg-sized green coiling dragon fruits arranged in 3 rows in a row. I wonder how much this fruit will increase my strength? He was actually somewhat expectant. That early spirit detecting demonic Ape King's strength definitely surpassed that of a mid-greater heaven stage martial artist, and far surpassed his own. If he could also use this spirit fruit to increase his strength, it would also be a huge boost to his strength. Without much hesitation, he picked up a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The juice flowed out. It was sweet, refreshing, and actually very delicious. He swallowed it along with the skin and flesh. A warm current instantly flowed out, transforming into a strange energy that rushed to every part of his body in the blink of an eye. It's effective. Ziyue was overjoyed. He silently sensed the increase in his strength after his body was nourished. Although this increase wasn't great, at least compared to his current strength, it was somewhat minute. However, Ziyue also had quite a few coiling dragon fruits on him. He believed that if he continued to consume them over a long period of time, his strength would also increase greatly. On the other hand, his strength would also increase greatly. This kind of increase was different from the increase in strength brought about by a breakthrough in cultivation technique. It was an additional increase in strength. In fact, he was looking forward to this even more. This was because he could rely on his soul energy to increase the power brought about by a breakthrough in his cultivation method. However, this kind of power that relied on natural treasures was not something that could be controlled by his soul energy. Very soon, all 9 coiling dragon fruits were in his stomach. The warm energy made Ziyue feel as comfortable as if he was in his mother's womb. The increase in strength made him even more eager and excited. Soon he opened his eyes. The 9 coiling dragon fruits have increased my strength by 50 kilograms. Because I ate too many at once, some of the effects haven't been fully unleashed yet. If he fully absorbed it, his strength would increase by about 150 kilograms. Even if the effects weaken in the future, if I consume all 5,000 coiling dragon fruits, I should be able to greatly increase my strength. Ziyue's control over his body was very subtle and profound. Naturally, he could sense and make some judgments. However, he gave up on consuming the coiling dragon fruit to increase his strength. Although the coiling dragon fruit was effective, he needed time to absorb and refine it. In his opinion, eating a few coiling dragon fruits every day and increasing his strength naturally was the most suitable method. Thus, Ziyue's gaze fell on his attribute panel. 2,710,000 soul energy. Finally, I can double my strength. Ziyue's gaze fell on the enlightenment chapter of the purple chi visualization technique and the 9 revolutions Shinto technique. He felt very confident. Although the soul energy could not raise his strength to the peak of his cultivation method in one go, it should be no problem for him to raise his strength by 1 level each. I spent 1,015,362 soul energy to ignite 34 acupoints. Ziyue had long known that the enlightenment chapter of the purple chi visualization technique was closely related to the acupoints in the body. From initial stage to the peak of the initial stage, there were not many acupoints that needed to be ignited. Only 41 were needed. From the middle stage to the peak of the initial stage, one needed to ignite 123 acupoints. From the late stage to the peak of the initial stage, which was the peak of the initial stage, the number of acupoints that needed to be ignited increased to 205. In fact, this was a process that constantly changed. Currently, Ziyue had already ignited 8 acupoints in his body. Naturally, he only needed to ignite the corresponding 34 acupoints, and he would be able to advance from the early stage to the middle stage of the awakening stage. Ignite. Without hesitation, Ziyue chose to ignite the acupoints. Buzz. In an instant, The 34 acupoints in Zue's body shook at the same time and emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy suddenly turned into a torrent. It opened and ignited all the acupoints in his body at an extremely fast speed, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At the same time, the circulation method of the purple chi visualization technique's Orifice's Awakening chapter seemed to have gone through tens of thousands of days and nights in this short period of time. Not only did it quickly nourish his body and mind, it also caused the opened orifices to continuously expand until they reached a certain limit. The aura on his body also increased rapidly. Soon, it rose from the initial stage to the peak of the initial stage. Then, like a cork being removed from a bottle, it broke through with a pop and rose to the middle stage. Even though he had just broken through to the middle stage, the aura he emitted was completely different. A terrifying spiritual pressure spread out. In the 100 square meters of empty secret cultivation room, the air seemed to stagnate slightly, as if it could not withstand this pressure. In addition, Zue soon felt that his divine sense had also increased rapidly. If it was said that by Zue's divine sense had a probing range of 1,000 meters, and the best range for controlling the spiritual weapon to attack was 100 meters, then his divine sense probing range had soared to 3,000 meters, and the best range for controlling the spiritual weapon to attack had increased to 300 meters. It had increased by 2 times. I've reached the middle stage. The number of acupoints that have been ignited has also reached 42. Zue took a deep breath and felt a trace of satisfaction. There was also a burst of joy from the inside out that bloomed in his heart. If it was said that his strength was still a little unstable when he was in the early stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, then now that he had reached the middle stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, he was more confident. For the first time, he truly shifted his gaze from the black crystal stone mine to the southwest, where the mountain gate of the Tao Attainment sect was. Next, it's time to start preparing. Zue's eyes were gloomy. It took him a while to calm down his agitated emotions. Then he focused on the 9 revolutions innate skill. I've spent 594,323 points of soul energy to upgrade the 9 revolutions innate skill to the advanced level. Sure enough, it's the same upgrade, but martial arts are far inferior to celestial methods. This can be clearly judged from the amount of soul energy consumed. Zue raised his eyes and made some calculations in his heart. Previously, he had only spent 300,000 points of soul energy to upgrade the 9 revolutions innate skill to the initial level. Now that he had upgraded it to the advanced level, he had spent 600,000 points of soul energy, which added up to 900,000 points of soul energy. It should be known that 900,000 points of soul energy could directly upgrade his martial arts strength to the peak of the middle stage of the innate realm. Previously, he had spent more than 1 million points of soul energy to upgrade his celestial methods to the middle stage of the Aperture Opening realm. Comparing the two, one knew who was stronger and who was weaker. Perhaps this was the reason why innate realm martial artists were far inferior to Aperture Opening realm martial artists. Not only celestial tools and spiritual tools, but there was also a certain gap in the use of formations, talismans, and many other external objects. Of course, even so, the cultivation of martial arts had a real effect on his strength. Naturally, he would not give up. Upgrade. Zue tapped lightly and chose to upgrade again. Buzz. The 9 revolutions innate skill was rapidly activated, turning into a surging river that flowed and washed through the meridians in his body. In his mind, various cultivation experiences and comprehensions were turned into a foundation that settled in his heart. When it reached a certain level, it would surely blossom with a brilliance that belonged only to him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a total of 20 breaths, Zue's aura finally stopped growing, and he also received the sudden surge of power. As a result, his strength had been upgraded from the peak of the early stage of the innate realm to the peak of the middle stage of the innate realm. His strength had once again soared. Compared to 2 months ago when I encountered the sect leader of the Tao Accomplishment sect, Zhou Qing, I'm much stronger now. If I were to fight him with my current strength, the result would be completely different. Even if I still couldn't break the defense of his immortal martial glazed light, I wouldn't be forced into such a difficult situation. I could even counterattack and suppress him. Ziyue had never underestimated himself. As he had fought Zhou Qing before, he was well aware of his opponent's strength. At least in terms of absolute strength, he was confident that he was not much weaker than his opponent. However, his eyebrows frowned slightly. The defense of the immortal martial glazed light was still giving him a headache even now when he thought about it. Maybe I'll only be able to break through that layer of defense when I've improved the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique and the single sword breaking all principles to the perfection stage. Ziyue's gaze landed on the two techniques once again as he thought of this. Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique 35% uninitiated. Single sword breaking all principles 37% uninitiated. There was still a long way to go before he reached the perfection stage. However, he was not in a hurry. Now that he had not officially made a move against the Tao Accomplishment sect, he still had time to cultivate these two spells to the beginner level. Chapter 317. Deep, dark, low, oppressive, this was the mining cave. If an unfamiliar person walked into the disorderly mining cave, they might even get stuck in it. It was like walking into a maze, and there was no way out. Earthquakes and landslides were the most common occurrences in the mines. Not to mention, fights and grudges caused by mining materials would happen from time to time. Every year, there were countless people who never came out after entering the mine. Zhongyu went down the mining cave, carried a hoe, and walked along the main tunnel. He walked past 5 forks in the tunnel, and then he paused at the 6th fork. There were 4 tunnels at this fork, and each tunnel represented the direction of a mining site. He casually looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention. His body flashed, and he went into the 3rd tunnel. After he entered, his speed suddenly increased, and he quickly passed a few more forks. After 100 years, the entire black crystal stone mine was almost turned upside down. These forks appeared almost every 3 to 5 steps, and there were a lot of them. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. After making many twists and turns, he quickly entered the depths of the mine. After more than 10 minutes, he appeared at the end of a small tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there was a huge rock that blocked the road that extended to the countryside. At this time, Zhongyu's breathing became more and more stable. He stood in the same spot without moving, as if he was listening to something. Other than the faint sound of mining coming from the distance, there was no other movement. After confirming that it was safe, Zhongyu let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly went forward and moved the huge rock away. He, who was already at the peak of the inner force realm, easily moved the huge rock that weighed almost 1,000 pounds to the side. Immediately, a tunnel that extended downwards was revealed under the huge rock. There was actually another world inside. Without any hesitation, Zhongyu went down the tunnel, and a pit that was 7 to 8 square meters in size appeared in front of him. Even after reaching this place, he still appeared to be extremely careful. He found a flat and long stone in the pit and used it to block the entrance of the tunnel. It's finally done. Every time I come here, it's an adventure. But it's all worth it. Now that my strength has reached the peak of the inner force realm, I need to borrow the power of this treasure to break through to the level of a third-rate expert. Zhongyu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He came to the corner of the pit, reached out, and pulled open a canvas. In an instant, a transparent light almost illuminated the entire pit. The light source under the canvas was a crystal that was the size of a millstone and completely white. Spiritual marrow of earth. Zhongyu knew the name of this treasure. It was the spiritual, or that accompanied the black crystal stone in this black crystal stone mine, the spiritual pith of the earth. However, most spiritual marrow of the earth was only the size of a thumb. If it could reach the size of a fist, it would be considered a decent treasure. However, the piece in front of him was the size of a millstone and the spiritual light within it was extremely dazzling. It's to say the least. It has been 3 months to 3 months today. But every time I see this treasure, I feel incomparably infatuated. With it, I might even be able to reach the innate realm. Zhongyu looked at the huge spiritual marrow of Earth, and his heart surged. 3 months ago, because he was troubled by a few black miners, he had no choice but to choose this remote and narrow tunnel to mine. Who would have thought that his luck would change, and he would dig out this priceless black crystal, or the spiritual marrow of the Earth? If he handed in this treasure, he would immediately be rewarded with a large amount of points. Especially this piece of spiritual marrow of Earth, which was incomparably huge. It was definitely the largest piece of spiritual marrow of Earth he had ever heard of. Although he was of low birth, he was a very opinionated person. He knew that between the pros and cons, there was always a great risk. Moreover, he was very clear that this was an important opportunity for him to change his life. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he finally decided to keep this treasure secret. This wasn't a difficult task for him. When he dug out the treasure, he had hidden it well. Adding on the fact that he had carefully set it up, he had found this hole and made it his secret hideout. Of course, the most important thing was that he himself was inconspicuous. That was why he had not attracted any attention, and had smoothly passed the 3 months. However, even if I keep a low profile, because of the sharp increase in my strength in a short period of time, I still attracted some prying eyes. Therefore, I have to break through in a short period of time and become a third-rate master so that I can cut off these prying eyes one by one. To be able to live a stable life in the mine, Zhongyu naturally had his own set of rules. Sensing the danger, he also had a trace of murderous intent. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and quickly sat cross-legged beside the spiritual marrow of Earth. Using a special method, he slowly extracted the energy within and began to cultivate. The spiritual marrow of Earth contained a terrifying and pure energy. Not only could it increase a cultivator's strength, but it also contained a special force that could refine a cultivator's physique. It could greatly improve a cultivator's physique. Zhongyu had just started to extract the spiritual marrow of Earth to cultivate when he immediately felt that among the 12 principal meridians, one was already swaying like a willow in the wind, on the verge of collapse. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, boom. Suddenly, his body shook, and a strong aura was revealed. His face immediately showed a trace of satisfaction. He had broken through. He had effortlessly reached the level of a third-rate master. At the same time, he also felt a special force flowing up and down his body. He could clearly feel that the defensive power of his flesh and blood was rapidly increasing. He knew that this was the effect of the spiritual marrow of Earth's special force that could refine one's physique. It should be here. Since the spirit-seeking mouse is out, it can't be wrong. At this moment, Zhongyu's face changed. After breaking through, his 5 senses became more sensitive. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from outside the flat stone. Just as he was about to move, boom, with a loud bang, the stone that was blocking the entrance of the cave flew out quickly. Then 2 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed in almost instantly. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air, could be heard one after another. The 2 of them stared fixedly at the spiritual marrow of Earth that was the size of a millstone and was emitting a sparkling light. Associated spiritual or spiritual marrow of Earth. It's so big. The hearts of the 2 shuddered as a surge of excitement and astonishment spread across their hearts. Lin Heihu, Yang Jinlin, Zhongyu's heart sank, and his face became incomparably ugly in an instant. He had been discovered. Even if he had long thought that there would be such a day, he had never thought that his secret would be discovered so quickly. Immediately, his gaze fell on the ground, on top of a white rat that looked like a honeypot. Spirit-seeking mouse, he suddenly understood. In the mine, there are many kinds of rats. Because the spiritual energy here was abundant, there would often be some rats that would evolve and become strange beasts. This spirit-seeking mouse was one of them. In terms of finding treasures, They were indeed much more sensitive than ordinary warriors. Therefore, they were extremely popular. Often, as soon as they appeared, they would be caught by the miners and then tamed. Apart from finding treasures, the spirit-seeking mouse's perception of aura was even more sensitive. Obviously, Lin Heihu and Yang Jinlin had relied on the spirit-seeking mouse to lead the way and found his hiding place. We had long sensed that something was wrong with you. In a short 3 months, you actually broke through from the initial stage of the inner refining stage to the inner strength stage. With such a huge improvement, we guessed that there must be something fishy about you. However, we did not expect that you would have such a great opportunity. This spirit pith of earth is really big. Old Lin should be rich. A strong sense of greed flashed in Lin Heihu's eyes. At this moment, he was truly shocked. He had never even heard of such a huge spirit pith of earth, let alone seen it before. He. Old Lin, how should we split it? Yang Jinlin laughed and pulled out the scythe hanging on his waist. Weapons were prohibited in the mine, but scythes were necessary at critical moments, so naturally, it was not included. Let's deal with him first, Lin Heihu said casually. Both of them were at the peak of the inner strength stage, so naturally, they did not take Zhongyu seriously. Even if the other party's strength had greatly increased because of the spirit pith of earth, such an increase in strength would definitely be relatively superficial, and naturally, he would not be their match. If we want to protect this spirit pith of earth, we must not let them leave alive. Zhongyu's face hardened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Even a corner dog would jump over a wall. The fact that he was able to survive in the mine proved that he was also a very decisive person. Therefore, the first thing he thought of was to silence them. At this moment, he, who had just broken through to the level of a third-rate master, had such strength. Die. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers. Almost at the moment when he made up his mind, Zhongyu moved. His footsteps paused, and his chi and blood erupted. The mining hoe turned into a raging wave and smashed fiercely. Once he attacked, there was no mercy. You're courting death. Lin Heihu snorted coldly, and similarly lifted his mining hoe and smashed it fiercely. At the same time, Yang Jinlin silently swung his scythe and pounced directly at Zhongyu's waist. Bam! With a loud bang, the two pickaxes fiercely collided with each other. Under the effect of the huge force, a person's figure flew out and smashed into the edge of the pit, scattering a large amount of soil. How is this possible? Lin Heihu's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Third-rate master? That Zhongyu was actually a third-rate master? His heart sank, and he felt that something was not right. Zhongyu could not help but frown when he sent Lin Heihu flying with his hoe. His strength was indeed higher than his opponent, but in terms of combat experience, he was too far behind. The attack that he was confident in was only able to send his opponent flying. Chapter 3:18. Kill. At the same time, Yang Jinlin's scythe arrived. The scythe was like a flash of silver light as it slashed at Zhongyu's waist. Zhongyu's heart skipped a beat. His body tensed up as the inner energy shield appeared. Puff! The blade light easily cut through the layer of internal energy protecting the body, and then fiercely chopped at his waist. Slash! An ear-piercing sizzling sound was heard as if the blade had cut through cowhide. This slash only left a white mark on his waist. It didn't penetrate his flesh at all. Damn it! Not only is he a third-rate master, but his physical defense is also unparalleled. He is not afraid of swords and spears. Yang Jinlin's face turned pale as he screamed in fear. When he heard that Zhongyu was a third-rate expert, he knew that the situation was hopeless. However, such a terrifying defensive ability still made him feel incomparable despair. Although the scythe in his hand was not made by a famous master, its sharpness was not inferior to some famous swords due to its special material. Moreover, with his strength and inner energy, even a third-rate master would not dare to underestimate the power of his blade. However, it did not even cut through his opponent's skin. In this life and death crisis, Yang Jinlin bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up. He made a prompt decision to throw out the scythe and quickly retreated. Trying to escape? Zhong Yu had already judged his strength from the first exchange of blows. His confidence was greatly boosted. He did not care about the scythe flying toward him. The hoe in his hand was already swinging down. Puff! The sharp end of the pickaxe plunged into Yang Jinlin's head without any resistance, piercing a hole through his brain. Yang Jinlin died instantly. Dong! At the same time, the scythe was like silver. It quickly slashed down and landed on his shoulder. However, Yang Jinlin could not even cut through his skin when he used all his strength. Now that he did not have any inner energy, how could he hurt him? Kill! After killing Yang Jinlin with the hoe, Zhong Yu's momentum became stronger. He stopped in his tracks and charged toward Lin Heihu like an erupting volcano. However, at this time, Lin Heihu had already seen that the situation was bad and rushed out of the entrance. When he felt the attack coming from behind him, he didn't even think about it and directly threw a black bead behind him. The moment the black bead hit the stone wall, it exploded with a loud bang, bursting with a violent power. Earth Thunderbead. Boom. There was a muffled sound. The loose soil collapsed in an instant. Boom. Boom. A large amount of soil and stones fell down, blocking more than half of the passage in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the power of the Earth Thunderbead was limited. In addition, the mountain rocks in the mine were incomparably hard after being irrigated by spirit chi. Thus, it did not cause a large-scale collapse. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Heihu also escaped, disappearing into the tunnel in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Zhong Yu's face turned gloomy as he flew back. He knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up. Incomparable regret and annoyance instantly drowned him. What should he do next? Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yu looked at the millstone-sized spiritual marrow of the earth on the ground. His eyes flickered violently. He knew that the news of him possessing such a huge spiritual marrow of the earth would definitely spread after Lin Heihu's escape. It wouldn't be long before other experts appeared and attacked him. Thus, he had to make a decision as soon as possible. I can't keep such a precious treasure. No matter who it is, they won't let it fall into my hands. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Being weak is the original sin. Thus, I can only find a backer as soon as possible and offer this treasure to them. Only then can I obtain enough benefits. Looking at the spiritual marrow of the earth on the ground, Zhong Yu's eyes gradually became determined. If it wasn't necessary, he naturally wouldn't be willing to give this treasure away. This was his chance to achieve Tao, and could even help him break through to the Khanate realm. However, he was very clear about his situation. He knew that he couldn't protect such a precious treasure with his own strength. Thus, he no longer hesitated and picked up the spiritual marrow of the earth. The weight of nearly 500 kilograms was nothing to him, who had broken through to become a third-rate expert. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the spirit-seeking mouse was struggling to get out from the soil. His eyes moved, and a trace of coldness flashed in Zhong Yu's heart. He took a step forward, aimed at its head, and crushed it with force. Puff! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Zhong Yu dug out the soil and crawled out of the hole. At the entrance of the mine, there would usually be various stewards leading people to guard the mine. In addition to weighing and recording the miners' gains, they would also check if there were any hidden stashes on the miners' bodies. Thus, Zhong Yu didn't dare to take the spiritual marrow of the earth out. Instead, he found a new place to bury it. After that, he also didn't dare to enter the entrance of the mine because he couldn't guarantee that Lin Heihu wouldn't invite experts to guard the entrance and attack him. He knew that Lin Heihu had always been working under a second-rate expert, bullying and robbing others of their gains. As a precaution, he took a long detour in the mine tunnel. It took him a full 20 minutes to walk out of another mine entrance. Then, he determined the direction and headed straight for the inspector's residence. Compared to the various stewards, the patrol inspector who had once saved his life was naturally more trustworthy and could give him more benefits. And the inspector's actions during this period of time were one of the reasons why he made such a choice. Whether it was treating immortal cultivators and martial artists equally, promoting martial artists to be stewards, exterminating the Herculean demonic apes for the sake of consolation in the mind, or even changing the miners' benefits that hadn't changed for 100 years to double their income. All of these made him believe that the inspector would definitely not treat him unfairly for giving him such a precious treasure. After escaping, Lin Heihu didn't find experts to stop him as Zhong you had expected. Instead, he turned around and headed straight for a luxurious building with a clear goal. This was the residence of the former steward of the Black Crystal Stone Mine, Gui Zhenghua. Back then, it was precisely because he had relied on Gui Zhenghua that he dared to act tyrannically in the mine. Although Gui Zhenghua had lost his power, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, he knew that Gui Zhenghua was the previous inspector and master immortal Wu Zhonghui's confidant. Now, not only had Wu Zhonghui broken through to the middle stage of the Aperture Enlightening realm, but he was also in charge of the Spirit Stone Mine and was overflowing with wealth. Although Gui Zhenghua was in a bad situation now, Zhong had heard that Gui Zhenghua was planning to go to the Spirit Stone Mine. What would happen in the future was still unknown. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, Zhongyu naturally wanted to use the discovery of the huge spirit pith of the earth to rely on Guo Zhenghua again. Perhaps he would have a chance to go to the Spirit Stone Mine. At that time, he would dig out spirit stones. Any bit that leaked out would be enough for him to enjoy. Lin Heihu, why are you looking for me? Guo Zhenghua had been having an extremely hard time recently. Not only had his many years of savings gone up in smoke, but his plan to go to the Spirit Stone Mine had also been taken off by Wu Zhonghui with an excuse. Therefore, when he saw Lin Heihu, his face also had a cold expression. Steward Guo, I'm no longer a steward. Guo Zhenghua interrupted. Immortal Guo, I wonder if you're still interested in the spirit pith of the earth. Lin Heihu's expression froze, but he didn't dare to hesitate and asked directly. What do you want to say? Guo Zhenghua's expression changed, and he couldn't help but become more serious. Just now, I found a piece of spirit pith of the earth. It was the size of a millstone, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were strong. The size of a millstone? Is what you said true? Do you know what this means? In the entire Black Crystal Mine, the largest piece of spirit pith of the earth that was found was only the size of an adult's head. At that time, it even caused the elders of the sect to show up personally. Guo Zhenghua's heart shook violently, and he cried out involuntarily. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe that there would be such a huge piece of spirit pith of the earth. But all of this is indeed what I saw with my own eyes. Because of this, my brothers even died in Zhong Yu's hands. Steward Guo, there's no time to lose. We should act immediately. We must find Zhong Yu as soon as possible and kill him to silence him. Otherwise, if we're too late and the news leaks out, it will be bad. I came to Steward Guo's place at the first moment. Lin Heihu didn't seem to mind that his words were continuously interrupted by Guo Zhenghua. His expression was solemn as he continued to speak, and he didn't forget to express his loyalty in the end. Oh, then why did you think of telling me the news and not Patrol Officer Bai? You should know that he is still the one who calls the shots in the entire Black Crystal Mine. He is also the strongest. Guo Zhenghua's gaze suddenly turned and fell on Lin Heihu's face as he said suspiciously, Naturally, it's because I'm more familiar with Steward Guo. Seeing that Guo Zhenghua still didn't believe him, Lin Heihu wasn't surprised. He quickly said, Of course, the most important thing is that compared to Patrol Officer Bai, I still think more highly of Patrol Officer Wu. Good, good. Guo Zhenghua nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately became high-spirited. He said, That Ziyue is only at the initial stage of the Aperture Enlightening realm, while Patrol Officer Wu is an immortal master at the intermediate stage of the Aperture Enlightening realm. If it were any other time, they would naturally coexist peacefully. But this time, there's a millstone-sized spiritual marrow of the earth. Patrol Officer Wu will definitely appear. This time, not only will I be able to turn things around, that Ziyue will also be fine if he knows what's good for him. Otherwise, he will definitely not have a good ending. As he spoke, Guo Zhenghua didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly took out a communication jade plate from his storage bag and activated it without hesitation. "What's the matter?" A dignified voice immediately sounded from the communication jade plate. It was Patrol Officer Wu Zhonghui, who came from the Spirit Stone Mine. "Patrol Officer Wu, Guizhonghua has something important to report." Chapter 319. Lord Patrol Envoy, why have you come personally? At the entrance of the mine, the new manager, Gu Zhongheng, was shocked. He hurriedly ran over and greeted him. The reason he could become a manager was all because of Ziyue. Even if it was also because of his outstanding performance in the Shaojing Mountains, he still respected him. Also, after Ziyue nodded, he frowned slightly. Zhong Yu's expression changed, as if he was a little panicked. The previous managers, Guizhonghua, Zhou Exen, and Zhao Wenkai, the 5 immortal cultivators, just went down the mine with others. After all, I just became a manager not long ago, so I didn't dare to ask too much, nor did I dare to stop them. Gu Zhongheng hurriedly explained. Who's traveling with them? Is Lin Heihu also in there? Zhong Yu hurriedly asked. He's indeed there. There are also a few others who were close to the 5 managers before. There are about 10 of them in total. Gu Zhongheng looked at Zhong Yu with some confusion, but still answered. Lord Patrol Envoy. Zhong Yu immediately became anxious. Don't worry, lead the way. Ziyue waved his hand and said calmly. Zhong Yu responded and hurriedly led the way. As for Gu Zhongheng, even the Lord Patrol Envoy went down the mine, so he naturally had to follow. He even asked 2 people to accompany him. Ziyue didn't care about this. He just followed behind Zhong Yu at a leisurely pace. No matter how fast the other party was, he could easily keep up with him, which made him seem more elegant and natural. This time, Ziyue was really surprised. Not long after he came out of seclusion, he heard that someone wanted to see him. He thought that there was no harm in meeting him, so he invited Zhong Yu into the guest hall. Naturally, he recognized the warrior who he had saved from the Herculean demonic ape when he had just arrived. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the other party's strength had already risen from the realm of inner strength to the level of a third-rate expert. Now that he thought about it, his speed of improvement was even faster than when he first started. Then, when the other party mentioned the spiritual marrow of the earth, he suddenly understood. After all, although his cultivation speed was fast, there was still a process to obtain spirit energy. On the other hand, the other party was simply grabbing onto the spirit pith of earth and sucking it in. This kind of treatment could be said to be the son of fortune. Thus, without any hesitation, they followed him into the mine. He had naturally heard of the spiritual pith of earth. He knew that this kind of spiritual or could significantly increase a cultivator's strength and physical defense. It was only because he had just taken over the Black Crystal Stone mine that he didn't have the chance to see it. Who would have thought that the spirit pith of the earth that he was about to witness would be the millstone-sized spirit pith of the earth that weighed over 1,000 jin? Because he had Ziyue's support, Zhong Yu did not have the slightest scruple. His speed was raised to the maximum as he dashed through the mine. Soon, they arrived at the 6th fork. At this moment, there were 2 guards standing guard at the entrance, looking like strangers were not allowed to enter. When they saw Zhong Yu, they glared at him and said sternly, "Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. How dare you? Don't you know who is standing in front of you?" Before Zhong Yu could speak, Gu Zhongheng shouted. Only then did the 2 of them see Gu Zhongheng behind Zhong Yu, as well as Ziyue, who was not far from Gu Zhongheng. They immediately shuddered and hurriedly said, "Greetings, Lord Patrol Inspector, Steward Gu. Go in," Ziyue said coldly. Zhong Yu hurriedly stepped in. The 2 of them didn't dare to stop him at all. They only hesitated for a moment before following behind him. Quick, quick, quick! We must find the thing as soon as possible," Guo Zhengguo roared. He spread out his mentality and quickly scanned the surrounding soil inch by inch. His mentality was not weak, but the spirit energy in the mine was mixed, so there was a limit to the direction he could explore each time. The others didn't idle around either. Whether it was Zhou Wenkai, Lin Heihu, or the others, They all quickly searched the surrounding mine, not letting go of any traces. It's a pity that Zhong Yu managed to escape in the end. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome to find him and coerce him. Lin Heihu cursed as he scanned the soil in the mine. Whenever he found traces of excavation in the last 2 days, he would quickly wave his hoe to check if the spiritual marrow of the earth was hidden here by Zhong Yu. Someone already saw Zhong Yu run to the patrol inspector's residence. We don't have much time left. Once Patrol Inspector Bai arrives, it will be too late. Actually, it doesn't matter even if Patrol Inspector Bai arrives. I've already informed Patrol Inspector Wu and Patrol Inspector Wang. When the two patrols arrive together, even if the spiritual marrow of the earth is in Patrol Inspector Bai's hands, he will have to hand it over. However, if that's the case, our contributions will be greatly reduced. Therefore, we must hurry and find the spiritual marrow of the earth as soon as possible. When the two patrols arrive, it will be a great contribution if we present it to them. Found it. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. Lin Heihu's face was filled with boundless excitement. He dug out a piece of fresh soil with his hoe, immediately revealing the millstone-sized spiritual marrow of the earth that was emitting a fluorescent light. Oh, congratulations. At this moment, a slightly mocking voice sounded. Then, Lin Heihu saw the spiritual marrow of the earth tremble slightly and fly out from the ground. Suddenly, he was startled. Soon, he saw a white-robed figure standing not far away from him with an indifferent expression. As for the millstone-sized spiritual marrow of the earth that weighed over 1,000 caddies, it was lightly grasped in his hand as if it were weightless. Patrol, patrol, patrol inspector. Lin Heihu's body trembled violently. Only then did he realize that Guo Zhenghua, Zhao Wenkai, Zhou Xian, and the rest were all standing not far away in the absolutely silent scene. Their expressions were complicated as they looked at the figure in the middle of the field. At the crucial moment, the one who took away the spiritual marrow of the earth was naturally Ziyue. His divine sense had an extremely wide range. Even in this mine, with complex spiritual energy, he could easily detect everything within 100 meters. Therefore, he was actually one step ahead of Lin Heihu in discovering the spiritual marrow of the earth that was buried under the soil. With a thought, he easily absorbed it into his hand. It's really big, and the energy it contains is also very shocking. 1,237 caddies. I really didn't expect that there would be such a good thing in a half-abandoned black crystal mine after 100 years of mining. Ziyue looked at the spiritual marrow of the earth with interest. His face was filled with surprise and satisfaction. After a long while, he flipped his hand slightly and stored the huge spiritual marrow of the earth into his storage bag. Sir Patrol Inspector, Guo Zhenghua was shocked. The other's eyes also revealed obvious dissatisfaction. What? Do you have any objections? Ziyue looked up and said with a faint smile. No, we don't dare. Guo Zhenghua opened his mouth and braced himself to say, It's just that Patrol Inspector Wu and Patrol Inspector Wang will be here soon. Oh? So what? Ziyue asked in return. His cold gaze swept over Guo Zhenghua before he strode back to the entrance of the mine. Zhong Yu and Gu Zhongheng hurriedly followed. Steward Guo, what should we do next? Lin Heihu stammered as he approached and asked. This day was a little too exciting for him. He had experienced the ups and downs of life several times, but in the end, it was like a farce. It made his heart turn cold, as if he had lost his parents. Let's go back. Guo Zhenghua hurriedly followed with a gloomy face. He didn't believe that Ziyue would still dare to be so arrogant when Patrol Inspector Wu and Patrol Inspector Wang arrived together. Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming arrived a little earlier than Ziyue had expected. Not long after he stepped out of the mine, he saw two figures in the distance. They were flying on their swords and were rapidly approaching him. Fellow Cultivator Bai, how had you been? Fellow Cultivator Bai, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming quickly landed and spoke one after the other. We're honored by your presence, fellow cultivators. Sorry for not going out to welcome you. Bai Ziyue smiled faintly and said with a calm face, "There's no need to welcome us, but I'm sure fellow cultivator knows why we're here." Wu Zhonghui looked at Ziyue and said with a fake smile, "I have some guesses." Ziyue nodded and said casually, "Treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. Since fellow cultivator by already knows, please hand over the spiritual marrow of earth." Wu Zhonghui squinted his eyes and looked at Ziyue's face as he said, "You don't have the right to touch such a treasure. Hand it over, and it'll be good for you, me, and everyone else." Wang Ming also spoke with a forceful expression. "What if I don't hand it over? Are you going to kill me?" Bai Ziyue lifted his eyes and looked at the two of them. "We won't go so far as to kill you. However, don't blame us for being impolite." Wu Zhonghui was a little impatient in his heart, and the aura on his body instantly grew stronger. A powerful aura belonging to the middle aperture enlightening realm was emitted and was filled with endless dignity. "You won't give up until you see the coffin. Do you really think we're on good terms with you just because we call you fellow cultivator? Why don't you take a look and see if you're qualified?" At this moment, Wang Ming's aura was completely revealed. With a single thought, the flying sword in his body flew out and circled around him at high speed. The peak of the early aperture enlightening realm. Wang Ming's immortal technique was only a step away from the middle aperture enlightening realm. This by guy is used to being cocky. He's in for it now, daring to go against Patrol Envoy Wu and Patrol Envoy Wang. I don't know if he's ignorant or stupid. This time, there's going to be a good show. Guo Zhengwu chuckled with an excited expression. Wasn't this the scene he had been hoping to see all this while? Now, his wish was about to come true. Chapter 320. Inspector Bai's strength isn't weak either, Zhou Xin said with a complicated gaze. Although he did resent Ziyue for stripping him of his steward position and taking away all his years of savings, he had to admit that Ziyue wasn't weak. He wasn't someone an early-stage, enlightened immortal master could compare to. After all, how could someone who could kill an early-stage spirit-detecting demon, the great demon Ape King, in one strike be simple? Weak. He really isn't weak. But no matter what, he's only at the early stage of the enlightened realm. Against Inspector Wang, who's already at the peak of the early stage, and even Inspector Wu, who's at the middle stage, he's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Guo Zhengwu sneered and said disapprovingly, "If Ziyue had surrendered and obediently handed over the spirit marrow of Earth, he might have had a chance to live. Unfortunately, he chose to resist. Whether he lives or dies will depend on the mood of Patrol Envoy Wu and Patrol Envoy Wang." When the others heard this, they were startled and felt that they couldn't refute it. Complicated expressions appeared in their eyes. "Inspector Bai," Zhongyu called out worriedly. When he decided to give the spirit marrow of Earth to Ziyue, it was already decided that he could only advance or retreat together with him. If Ziyue won, then everything would be fine and he would be able to obtain the rewards he deserved. But if he lost, then his fate wouldn't be too good. "I originally thought that since we're from the same sect, we would have some feelings for each other. It seems that I was thinking too much. In the end, the weak are prey to the strong in this world." Ziyue shook his head and sighed. He knew that a big battle was inevitable. "Cut the crap. Since you're not willing to hand it over, then we can only take it by force." Wang Ming snorted coldly. With a thought, the flying sword floating in the air turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out. This sword was fast to the extreme. The instant it pierced through the air, violent ripples appeared in the air, forming a long but incomparably thin thread. It was not until the silk thread was in front of Ziyue and was about to stab into him that the sound of the flying sword breaking the sonic barrier was heard. It was sharp and terrifying. What a fast sword, what a powerful sword. Pei Zhan, who had just received the news and rushed over, was shocked. Even if he was a Xiantian realm cultivator, he would not be able to dodge this attack, let alone block it. Is this the power of an enlightened immortal master? So strong, everyone couldn't help but gasp. There were very few enlightened immortal masters in the mine. How could they have the chance to witness a battle between enlightened immortal masters? The speed at which Yue had killed the great strength devil ape king with his sword was too fast. The moment he made his move, the battle had already ended. In fact, many people had not even seen it. This was an eye-opener for him. Then, their gazes immediately landed on Ziyue. Faced with such a terrifying sword strike, how could he block it? Die. Guizhongwu smiled coldly. He was extremely excited. Ziyue raised his eyes slightly and stretched out his hand. An extremely powerful aura rose, and then he slapped down hard. This palm seemed to be slow, gentle, and powerless. However, when it truly landed, it was as if it covered the sky and covered the sun. It was as if a majestic five-fingered mountain was falling down, and the oppressive air let out an explosive sound. It also caused the flying sword under the palm print to let out a buzzing sound, as if a catastrophe was about to befall it, and it couldn't withstand it. Oh no! Wang Ming's expression changed drastically. As he retreated, he hurriedly threw out a wrought-tan shield. It turned into a huge door and blocked in front of him. Even now, he still felt uneasy. He activated several talismans in succession, turning them into layers of defensive light shields that enveloped him. Boom! The flying sword only trembled slightly when it collided with the huge palm. Then, its spirit chi was exhausted and it was thrown away. As for the huge palm print, it was as if it was not affected in the slightest as it directly landed on the rattan wood shield. Wang Ming activated the inferior-grade defensive Dharma treasure to the extreme. But in front of this palm, it was as fragile as a glass mirror. It exploded and shattered into countless pieces. The remaining force of the palm did not diminish, and it fell on the defensive light shield on Wang Ming's body. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then it drowned him. Rumble. As the spiritual light dissipated, a foot-deep hole appeared before everyone's eyes. Wang Ming's body was pressed into the bottom of the pit. His whole body was dripping with blood, and it looked like his body was cracked. He looked extremely miserable. How is this possible? Guizhongwu was shocked and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He did not expect Ziyue's strength to be so terrifying. Even Inspector Wang, whose strength was at the peak of the early stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, was easily crushed by him. The others were also shocked, and their gazes were a little dazed. How dare you? Wu Zhonghui was furious. Wang Ming had been following him closely and was like his little brother. Even if the other party was at the peak of the early stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, it would take him at least 3 to 4 months to recover. Naturally, he had to stand up for him. Otherwise, who in the entire mining area would submit to him? Not to mention, his goal had always been the spirit marrow of the earth. If he did not defeat Ziyue, how could he obtain this treasure? Clang! Clang! 2 flying swords, one black and one white, rushed out quickly. In the air, they seemed to be emitting black and white light. When the flying swords were about to reach Ziyue, the 2 swords instantly merged into one. Instantly, the flying sword, which was already extremely fast, increased its speed once again. At the same time, Wu Zhonghui's figure suddenly disappeared. It was as if the sky, the ground, and the entire world had lost track of him. Ziyue, it's not too late to admit defeat. Seeing that your strength is not bad, I can share some benefits with you. An illusory voice, which seemed to come from the 9 heavens and also seemed to come from all directions, came majestically. Then, when it gathered in Ziyue's ears, it suddenly turned into a sharp knife, directly drilling into his eardrums and mind. This was actually a Dharma spell similar to a sound wave attack, which could disturb one's heart. Interesting, but that's it. Ziyue raised his eyebrows in surprise. His eyes moved, and the Spirit Eye spell was already activated. Although the Spirit Eye spell was only a low-level Dharma spell, it had been cultivated to the perfect stage by him. Moreover, it had formed a Dharma instinct, which naturally caused this Dharma spell to undergo earth-shattering changes. Under the observation of the Spirit Eye, he immediately saw a blurry figure rushing towards him from another direction. Buzz! At the same time, a transparent Gang Chi suddenly emerged from his body and enveloped his entire body at once. High-grade spiritual weapon, golden thread gang bead. Boom! The black and white swords fiercely shot at the defensive gang chi, and after a slight stagnation, they flew out. Although the black and white swords were of extraordinary quality, they were at the level of middle-grade spiritual weapons. When combined, they were almost no weaker than a high-grade spiritual flying sword. However, there was still a gap between middle-grade spiritual weapons and high-grade spiritual weapons, which was like a gap that was difficult to cross. The combination of the two swords was still difficult to compare to a real high-grade flying sword. Naturally, it was difficult to break through the defensive gang chi of a high-grade spiritual weapon. Then, without thinking, Zeus struck out with his palm again. This palm, covering the sky and the sun, was mighty and mighty. Under the terrifying power, it was as if the demon heaven and earth were falling apart. How could you see through my invisibility spell? Wu Zhonghui was shocked and said in horror. It should be known that with this Dharma spell, he had escaped danger many times. Many existences whose strength was higher than his could not detect him. It was also because of this spell that he was able to silently approach the previous patrol inspector of the Spirit Stone mine, kill him, and then shift the blame to the psychic demon. However, he did not expect Ziyue to see through the Dharma spell he was so proud of. This is it very difficult. Ziyue replied softly, but the great immortal martial handprint still pressed down without any stagnation. When he faced the great immortal martial handprint directly, Wu Zhonghui could clearly feel the terror of this palm. In his horror, he no longer cared about his doubts and hurriedly used all his skills to block it. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, a thick and heavy great immortal martial handprint that was more than a foot deep appeared on the thick ground again. Under the great immortal martial handprint, Wu Zhonghui knelt and crawled on the ground. His body was bruised, and he looked miserable. However, his injuries were clearly much better than Wang Ming's. As he struggled, he got up from the ground. The defensive power of your physical body is not bad. Ziyue nodded slightly, and waves of spirit power surged up again. Although he had held back a little in his attack this time, he was still a little surprised that the other party was only lightly injured. Stop. I admit defeat. Please spare us on account of the fact that we're from the same sect. Sensing the change in spirit power around him, Wu Zhonghui's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Admit defeat? Ziyue glanced at him indifferently and said, If you can beat me, then do it. If you can't, then admit defeat. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? Boom! With a palm strike, Wu Zhonghui's body knelt down again. His entire body was like a hard rock that had cracked open. Countless wounds appeared in the crisscrossing of his body, and blood flowed out continuously from the wounds on his body. Leave behind your storage bags and scram. Immediately after, Ziyue's indifferent voice sounded faintly. Then, he ignored the two people lying on the ground, and his gaze fell on Guo Zhenghua, who was not far away. Patrol officer Bai, Guo Zhenghua's entire body trembled, and his face was filled with panic. Weren't you all in a heated discussion just now? Ziyue's eyes were cold as he said, I rarely hate someone, but you're too much. Sparing your life earlier was already the greatest mercy I could give you, since you still dared to jump out. Then it's better for you to die. With that, a flash of sword light instantly flashed and cut across the sky. Chapter 321. No, Guo Zhenghua screamed in fear, but the outcome would not change. Poof! The flying sword flashed past and pierced through his head. Guo Zhenghua, dead. At this moment, the stewards were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make any sound. Too strong. Was this patrol inspector Bai's true strength? Wang Ming, who was at the peak of the early stage awakening realm, and Wu Zhonghui, who was at the mid-stage awakening realm, were as weak as chickens in front of him. Boss Pei, Ziyue shouted. Here. Peijan hurriedly stood out respectfully. Send Patrol Wu and Patrol Wang back. Ziyue waved his hand, ignoring Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming struggled to protect their storage bags, and directly took their storage bags. Yes. Peijan hurriedly nodded. The rest of you can leave. Zhongyu, follow me. Bai Ziyu said. He turned around and headed straight for the patrol envoy's residence. Zhongyu was excited as he hurriedly followed. The spirit marrow of Earth is indeed a valuable treasure. I will not be stingy with my rewards. Bai Ziyu looked at Zhongyu and muttered to himself. Then he flipped his hand, and a blank jade scroll appeared in his hand. His mental strength surged, and a cultivation technique was imprinted on it. Then a long saber, 5 talismans, and a bottle of elixirs appeared on the long table. This is... Zhongyu took a step forward excitedly, and his eyes gradually lit up. What's recorded on this jade slip is a cultivation technique called the Invincible Golden Body Technique. It also contains a deity vanquishing saber technique. If you master this cultivation technique, you'll be invincible under the Xiantian realm. Ziyu said calmly. These 2 cultivation techniques were derived from the attribute panel. Whether it was the concept of cultivation or the power, they far surpassed the cultivation methods that were widely spread in the outside world. They could be said to be the top inheritance among the ancient martial art practitioners. The reason why it was being passed down this time was not only because the spiritual marrow of the earth that he had offered was truly precious, but also because it was meant to impart knowledge to him. No matter what happened in the future, he had to leave his mark in this world. This saber was the saber of a connate martial artist when I killed him. It could be said to be a peerless saber. These 5 talismans are all lightning talismans that I casually made. They are extremely threatening to first-rate experts. They can help you block 5 crises from first-rate experts. There's a Xiantian pellet in this bottle. It can increase your chances of making a breakthrough to the Xiantian realm by 30%. Invincible Golden Body Technique. God Vanquishing Saber Technique. A peerless treasured saber. 5 talismans. A Xiantian pellet. Hearing the names of the treasures one by one, Zhongyu's eyes widened. He was stunned for a moment, and his breathing immediately became rapid. No matter which one of these items was taken out, it would be enough to tempt countless cultivators and cause millions of people to fight to the death for it. However, Ziyu waved his hand and said, Now, they are all yours. Even though Zhongyu had expected this when he saw Ziyu taking out these items, he was still shocked when he heard the words, and his face was filled with joy. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. Thank you for the treasures, Inspector Bai. You may rise. Ziyu waved his hand and said, These items might be considered as peerless treasures in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, but they were nothing to him. Regardless of whether it was a martial art, a treasured saber, or a talisman, it would be difficult for him to fully utilize these items. Thus, he would not be reluctant to part with them. As for the Xiantian pellet, it was something from the vault of the inspector's mansion. It was supposed to be a reward for the miners. Thus, he could use it and give it to Zhongyu as a reward. Is the news of Wu Zhonghui being injured true? In a large hall, a middle-aged cultivator with a fair complexion and reddish hair asked loudly. This middle-aged cultivator was Immortal Master Fong Ping from the Dao Attainment Sect of Guang Mu Mountain's Spirit Stone Vein. Fong Ping was the same as Wu Zhonghui. They were both in the middle stage of the Enlightened Aperture Realm, but his aura was thicker than Wu Zhonghui's. His eyes were slightly opened, and they were very sharp. Immortal Master Fong, according to the news we received, Wu Zhonghui has indeed been injured. When he returned to the Spirit Stone Vein, he was carried in by others. According to our estimation, he will not be able to recover for at least 2 months, let alone fight with others. Another thing worth mentioning is that other than Wu Zhonghui, Wang Ming from the Mithril Mine was also seriously injured. He is now lying in bed, unable to move. One of the people below quickly responded. Who fought with them? Could it be that they were invaded by a psychic demon? Fong Ping asked curiously. No. I heard that the one who fought with them was the immortal master sent by the Morning Sun sect to take over Chunyi. The reason for the conflict seems to be a piece of spirit pith of the earth. Soon, another person stood up and explained. Oh, What kind of spirit pith of the earth could make the three of them turn against each other and fight? As Fong Ping spoke, a look of interest appeared on his face. However, very quickly, his expression changed to one of excitement. He said, "However, since Wu Zhonghui is already injured, we can't not do anything at all. Immediately send people to push the occupied area of the Spirit Stone vein 5 kilometers to their side. If you encounter any obstacles, don't hesitate to beat them up." I want to see how they're going to resist our invasion without a leader. When it becomes an established fact, this extra area will belong to our Tao Attainment sect. Yes. When the others heard this, their faces were full of excitement. The entire Spirit Stone vein was actually their Tao Attainment sect's territory. Half of it was occupied by the Morning Sun sect, which naturally made them very unhappy. If they could use this opportunity to push 5 kilometers, not only would they occupy a larger area, but they would also gain more benefits. Naturally, they were happy. Also, I just received news that the sect's Grand Elder, Second Elder, and a few outstanding disciples will come to our Spirit Stone vein in a few days. You must make a good arrangement for me. I can use this opportunity to report to Grand Elder and the others and show off my achievements. Then, Fong Ping said with a hint of excitement, "Immortal Master Fong, Grand Elder hasn't left the Mountain Gate for nearly 30 years, right? May I know the reason for your visit this time?" Someone asked in surprise. The others also showed interest. The Great Elder was the most powerful person in the complete Tao sect. He was even more powerful than the sect leader, Zhou Qing. If Grand Elder had not voluntarily given up the fight for the position of sect leader, it would not have been so easy for Zhou Qing to become the sect leader. Now that Grand Elder suddenly came out of seclusion after not making a move for 30 years, in their opinion, something big must have happened. I don't know about that. Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming are enlightened immortal masters of Morning Sun sect after all. I can't kill them directly. Otherwise, I'll get a sum of soul energy. But this is good too. Wu Zhonghui is injured, so I can see what Fong Ping of Tao Attainment sect will do. Will it be peaceful, or will he do something? No matter what, there'll be a chance for me to intervene. Ziyue toyed with the 2 storage bags with an inexplicable look of anticipation on his face. At this point, he had already started to seriously consider making a move on Tao Attainment sect. He still had a deep impression of the grudge of the assassination back then. After a while, he collected his inexplicable thoughts, and his gaze fell on the 2 storage bags in his hands. Although he had spared Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming's lives in the previous battle, he had not been courteous and snatched their storage bags. After spending a few hours, Ziyue undid the seal on the storage bags. Without hesitation, he sent his divine sense into the 2 bags of holding. Buzz! The contents of the 2 bags of holding were all poured out. On the ground, there was a huge pile of materials and treasures. Even Ziyue was a little shocked. 270,000 caddies of black crystal stones, 12,000 caddies of mithril, 380,000 low-grade spirit stones, over 100 talismans, 7 or 8 bottles of spirit pills, 5 or 6 jade slips, 5 low-grade spirit weapons, 13 or 14 magic weapons, dozens of demon cores, and various miscellaneous items. After going through the inventory, Ziyue sucked in a breath of cold air. He estimated that Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming's net worth was definitely not small. After all, the 2 of them controlled the 3 major mineral veins. If they filled their pockets, there were too many places they could attack. But he never thought that their net worth would be so terrifying. This must be because they intercepted the 2-month mining share of the black crystal stone veins. Otherwise, even if they were rich, they wouldn't be so ridiculous. Ziyue thought in his heart and quickly came back to his senses. The 2-month mining share of the black crystal stone veins was at least 250,000 caddies of black crystal stones per month. Calculated by 1 low-grade spirit stone per caddy of black crystal stones, they would have 500,000 low-grade spirit stones in their pockets. Naturally, it was terrifying, but from this, one could see the greed of the 2. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones was by no means a small number. Back then, Ziyue had made many plans in the sect. He refined the Orifice's enlightening elixir and contributed the 5 directions pure yuan skill, which increased the enlightenment of the apertures. Only then did he obtain the equivalent of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones and exchange them for many skills and spirit weapons. But now, all of this harvest has ended up benefiting me. Immediately after, Ziyue couldn't help showing a trace of pride on his face. Such a huge harvest was something that he had not expected before. It could be considered a pleasant surprise. 270,000 caddies of black crystal stones is equivalent to 270,000 low-grade spirit stones. Plus the 380,000 low-grade spirit stones I already have, it's 650,000 low-grade spirit stones. Then, there's 12,000 caddies of mithril. Mithril is one of the necessary materials to refine magic weapons. Not only magic weapons, spirit weapons, but even magic weapons can be used in it. If 1 caddy of mithril is worth 20 low-grade spirit stones, it's 240,000. Then, there are 100 talismans, worth about 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 7 or 8 bottles of elixirs, all of which can increase cultivation and heal injuries. There are 3 elixirs in each bottle, so it's worth 10,000. 5 low-grade spirit weapons, more than a dozen magic weapons, dozens of monster cores, and many other miscellaneous items, worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in this way. The total is 1 million. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Ziyue took a deep breath, and his face was full of shock. Chapter 322. 1 million low-grade spirit stones was absolutely a huge sum of money. Perhaps only an alchemist or weaponsmith at advanced second class or above, or the head of a cultivation family in charge of family business, could have so many spirit stones at the aperture enlightenment stage. Apart from that, there were very few. With these million low-grade spirit stones, I can even directly go to Chaoyang Dao sect and exchange them for that magical power, the divine light of annihilation. Ziyue couldn't help feeling a little excited. A magical power. There was only one in the entire Chaoyang Dao sect, and now he could directly go to the sect to exchange for it if he wanted to, but there's no rush. A magical power is good, but it's not what I need right now. In any case, I have the spirit stones and can exchange them at any time, so I might as well wait. It was a long while before Ziyue calmed down again. Then, he impatiently scanned the 6 jade slips with his divine sense. Instantly, the information in the jade slips flashed through his mind. There are 2 arts in total, the Great Mystery Qi Cultivation Art and the Black Water True Art. Neither of them are the main arts that Wu Zhonghu Wei and Wang Ming cultivate. They probably obtained them by accident. These 2 arts aren't high grade, but they're still pretty good. They involve around 300 acupoints. Although most of them overlap with the purple Qi visualization spell, there are still several dozen acupoints that the purple Qi visualization spell doesn't have. Together with the several dozen acupoints I obtained when I killed Fairy Hong Chun, the number of acupoints I know is now 435. Subtracting the 369 from the purple Qi visualization spell, there were 64 new acupoints among the 435 acupoints. These acupoints were independent of the arts and had their own mysteries. After thinking about it, Ziyue ultimately just recorded them down. He would wait until he perfected the purple Qi visualization spell before considering anything else. Apart from these 2 arts, the remaining 4 jade slips contain information on refining pills, making talismans, and so on, which aren't of much help to me. On the other hand, this art is still a little interesting. Ziyue scanned the information in the jade slips again, and his eyes lit up slightly. Invisibility. This spell was the invisibility spell that Wu Zhonghu Wei had used before. Although this spell can be seen through by my Spirit Eye technique, that's only because my Spirit Eye technique has long been upgraded to Spell Instinct, and my eyesight is astonishing. But even so, I could only vaguely see Wu Zhongxian's figure. It wasn't very clear. Furthermore, It could also be because the other party's cultivation of this spell wasn't profound enough. Once this spell is cultivated to perfection, it won't be that easy for me to find his tracks anymore. At a critical moment, it would definitely be of great use. It can already be considered a wonderful technique. Zua silently thought about it and made a mental note. He also planned to see if he could cultivate when he had the time. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. However, comparatively speaking, my biggest gain this time is this spiritual pith of the earth, which is about 1,273 caddies. After putting all the treasures into the storage bag, Zua's divine sense moved and immediately took out another treasure from the storage bag. It was the spiritual pith of the earth, which was the size of a millstone and weighed 1,000 caddies. The spiritual pith of the earth was rich in spiritual energy. After absorbing it, not only could it increase one's strength, it also contained a special power that could refine one's physique, which could greatly increase the strength of the cultivator's physical body. In terms of increasing strength, Ziyue didn't think too much of it because of the spiritual energy, but the power to refine one's physical body was very tempting. It should be known that Wu Zhonghui's strength was actually not very strong, but because he often used the spiritual pith of the earth to refine his physical body, his physical strength was strong and could withstand Ziyue's palm without being seriously injured. Even if it was because he had held back, it could still be seen that it was extraordinary. Let's try it. Ziyue's eyes moved slightly, and he reached out to touch the spiritual pith of the earth. As Bai Ziyue circulated his cultivation technique, a powerful suction force was generated from his body. Qi. In an instant, a special wave of spiritual energy flowed into his body along with the operation of his cultivation method. Immediately, it turned into a cool and comfortable flow that spread throughout his body. The 42 acupoints in his body had already been ignited. Following the influx of spiritual energy, they simultaneously blossomed with splendor. Surging elemental energy flowed through them, making whooshing sounds. A large amount of spirit marrow was absorbed and transformed, increasing his strength. But at the same time, there was a special force that didn't merge with his origin energy. Instead, it kept attaching itself to his physical body. Then, as if it was born to fuse with his flesh and blood, it kept fusing, nourishing, tempering, evolving, and transforming. It's indeed useful. This spiritual pith power originates from the inside of my body, and it seems to be able to transform my state of being. It's only a small amount, but it can play a huge role. Not only does it affect my skin, but it also affects my flesh, muscles, bones, internal organs, and brain. It's an all-round improvement. Ziyue slowly opened his eyes, and his face was filled with excitement. The increase in spiritual energy made him happy, but the strengthening of his physical body made him even more excited. The intensity of this excitement made him feel as if his entire soul was trembling. Continue. He didn't hesitate and started to absorb again. As the spiritual pith power flowed into Ziyue's body, the strength of his physical body also increased tremendously. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It wasn't until the next day that Ziyue stopped absorbing and slowly opened his eyes. I didn't expect that, although I don't know how much my physical strength has increased, 3 more of my acupoints have been ignited because of this. It's equivalent to saving me 90,000 spiritual energy. Sensing that the 45 acupoints in his body were emitting a sparkling light, Ziyue couldn't help but feel refreshed. With 3 acupoints ignited, the density of his spiritual energy had increased by a large margin. As for the strength of my physical body, Ziyue clenched his fists and carefully sensed the changes in his skin, flesh, and blood. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. 30%. It's actually increased by 30%. 30% didn't seem like much. But don't forget that Ziyue cultivated body tempering martial arts, and his physical defense was far superior to that of ordinary immortal masters of the same level. 30% under such circumstances was more than double the defense of an ordinary mid-stage aperture in Lightning Realm cultivator. Moreover, this was only his first time absorbing and transforming it. With the size of this spiritual pith of earth, it could at least last him 10 days to half a month of cultivation. If I cultivate like this for 10 days to half a month, not only will my cultivation progress increase greatly, but I'll also ignite another 30 to 40 acupoints. My physical defense will also increase by several times. Dua let his imagination run wild, and finally put the spiritual pith of earth away. The path of cultivation was alternating between tension and relaxation. Of course, he could cultivate in seclusion for 10 days to half a month and absorb all the energy in the spiritual pith of earth. However, the consequence of such rapid improvement was that his strength would become superficial, and he would only be able to use 80 or even 70% of his strength. He would need a long time to refine and adapt to it before he could completely transform it and use it freely. It would be better if he didn't cultivate at all. As such, Ziyue stopped cultivating and stood up. As he muttered to himself, a jade box appeared in his hand. Opening the jade box, 9 sparkling and translucent coiling dragon fruits appeared in front of him. Swallowing the 9 coiling dragon fruits one by one, Ziyue silently felt his strength increase. Soon, he walked out of the secret cultivation room. With a thought, the law-evading divine sword turned into a beam of spiritual light and quickly shot out of his body. With a slight sway, it turned into a huge flying sword and lifted by Ziyue up with a gentle lift. Buzz! With a slight shift of his divine sense, Ziyue's figure followed the flying sword and quickly streaked across the sky, leaving the inspector's residence. Because the Demon Ridge was close to the 100,000 great mountains, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was relatively abundant. Strange beasts and monsters were everywhere. These monsters hunted and killed like ordinary beasts. However, unlike ordinary beasts, they were much stronger and would instinctively search for things with spirituality and devour them to continuously refine their bodies and strengthen their bloodline. There were spirit veins in the mountain range. Spiritual beings were everywhere in these spirit veins. Naturally, powerful monsters would break through their shackles and become psychic monsters, occupying these spirit veins. These psychic monsters already had a preliminary understanding of intelligence and the ability to learn. In addition, their physical bodies were strong and they had their own dharma spells. Therefore, they were often more powerful than enlightened immortal masters of the same level. An hour later, Ziyue's figure appeared in a spirit vein with a psychic monster. Locust Mountain. This was a long mountain that was only 800 meters high, but it was undulating and extended for 30,000 meters. Locusts filled the sky and entrenched the entire mountain range. Countless vines and spiritual plants grew in it. Although they were all withered after being gnawed by the locusts, the spiritual chi in this place was rich. It was an extremely rare second-grade spirit vein, and the plants grew at an astonishing speed. Often, after a night, the branches and leaves that had been gnawed away the day before would grow again and become the food of the locusts. In this way, the cycle repeated. Previously, when he killed the Herculean demonic ape in the Shaojing Mountain area, Ziyue's spiritual energy had increased by a lot, reaching more than 7 million points. However, for Ziyue, spiritual energy was never enough. It was not enough to simply improve his martial arts and immortal skills by a small level. That was why his figure had appeared on Locust Mountain filled with countless locusts. Although a large number of locusts could provide him with less spiritual energy individually, there were so many of them. He believed that here, the amount of his spiritual energy would definitely soar again. Chapter 323. Spiritual Energy. 112-5493. +5, +7, +4, +15, +8. He glanced at his attribute panel. A large amount of spiritual energy values flashed in front of him. In a place like this, even if I don't do anything, I can increase my spiritual energy by more than 50,000 points every day. Ziyue was slightly excited. There were too many locusts here, and their lifespans were usually very short. Unless they evolved, it was rare for them to live more than a year. In addition, there were occasional fights. Almost every moment, locusts would die. Naturally, his spiritual energy would continue to increase. 50,000 points a day was just a conservative estimate. Without any hesitation, Ziyue's heart moved, and he took out a round bead. Buzz! Yuan power surged as golden threads appeared, stirring the boundless astral energy around his body. They wrapped around his entire body, not leaving out a single spot. It was a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the golden thread spiritual astral bead. At this time, Ziyue did not stop. His consciousness spread out, and an extremely complex rune structure was outlined in his mind little by little. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 7 breaths, the Yuanli in his body was rapidly consumed, and all of it poured into the complex rune structure. Then the void trembled slightly. Around Ziyue, 2 layers of repelling and twisting shield light shone faintly, and also wrapped him in it. Spiritual art, the 5 elements shield technique. To Ziyue, spiritual energy was important, but his own safety was more important. These locusts might be very weak individually, but when countless locusts gathered together, they were equally terrifying. Once the defense was not done well, even an enlightened immortal master would be at risk of death. Naturally, he did not dare to relax. 2 layers of protective shields rose. Ziyue's body moved slightly, and he really descended. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw out a handful of talismans. Boom, boom, boom. Flames rose into the sky. Wind blades, like saber light, swept up and wreaked havoc on the ground. Boundless frost descended upon the earth, freezing the soil. This handful of talismans had various attributes, all of which he had obtained from killing his enemies. Because its grade was too low, he was not stingy in using it. Then, the effect was not bad. The weak locusts were unable to withstand the attacks of talismans. Even the lowest level of talismans were a disaster for them. Spirit energy +5, +4, +7, +51, +42, +15. Just this wave alone had killed at least a few hundred locusts around him. The densely packed values of soul energy flashed before his eyes. Even though the increase in spirit energy was not much, when a large number of dead locusts piled up, his spirit energy had increased by several thousand points. Immediately afterward, under the disturbance caused by the huge fluctuation caused by the activation of the talisman, countless dense locusts rose in a burst of buzzing sound. The shadows of the locusts that filled the sky seemed to cover the earth and the sky, emitting a huge buzzing sound. These locusts were of different sizes. The small ones were only the size of a thumb, while the big ones were the size of a fist. As they buzzed, they seemed to emit silent traction sound waves. Often, many small locusts would gather towards them. It saved me a lot of trouble. Ziyue was slightly delighted. He stretched out his hand, and flames rose up in the sky, surging directly towards the countless locusts in the void. Magic, spirit fire spell. Even though it was the lowest level spell, when Ziyue used it at this time, it seemed to have a new life. Not only did its power increase, but the attack range of the flames also correspondingly expanded. The surrounding 30 meters were directly enveloped by these balls of flames. Chi, chi, chi. Countless locusts, regardless of whether they were small locusts or the leader of the locusts that had evolved to a certain extent, were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye under the burning of the flames. As a result, Ziyue's spirit energy increased again. This efficiency seems to be a little too slow. Ziyue frowned slightly. He thought for a while, and with a slight movement of his mind, he flipped his hand slightly, and a cloth banner appeared in his hand. Soul Amassing Banner. Although this Soul Amassing Banner had been upgraded to the level of a top-level celestial weapon, compared to Ziyue's current strength, it was naturally of limited use. However, even so, In the face of such an endless number of locusts, it could still be of great use. Yuan power surged, and the soul-amassing banner was activated by him. In an instant, a layer of dense attribute power spread out around him. A total of 81 primary souls, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, rushed out in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the 81 primary souls rushed out, under the attack of the dense Chi, countless locusts on the ground immediately rushed out. Like rolling waves, they were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. These locusts were extremely aggressive and ferocious. They would often attack nearby creatures that were not of the same species as them. At this moment, when they were disturbed, their ferocity exploded, and they immediately turned into countless black fog, rushing towards the primary souls and Ziyue. It was as if they covered the sky and the sun, and their power was shocking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless locusts landed on the defensive light outside of Ziyue's body. Their small mouth parts seemed to be able to bite through steel, and they were tearing at Ziyue's defensive light rapidly, constantly depleting the power of Ziyue's defensive light. They were so densely packed that they seemed to have completely overshadowed the surrounding light. In response, Ziyue only activated a spiritual fire skill. The countless locusts around him were reduced to ashes. However, very quickly, there were more locusts, and they covered the sky and covered the earth. Ziyue did not stop, and he continued to walk towards the depths of Locust Mountain. From time to time, he would cast a spell to attack, and he would always be able to harvest a wave of spirit energy. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, the quantity of Ziyue's spirit energy continued to increase. The locusts that filled the sky were endless, and he could not kill or destroy all of them. Very quickly, the quantity of his spirit energy increased from 1 million to 5 million. Puff! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Ziyue's positive and negative 5 elements shield technique could not withstand the gnawing of countless locusts, and it finally collapsed. In response, he did not panic at all. The moment the spiritual fire skill surged out, his divine sense surged, and after 7 breaths, he cast another positive and negative 5 elements shield technique. As expected, casting spells in battle allows my cultivation to progress much faster than when I cast spells normally. In just a short period of time, my positive and negative 5 elements shield technique's cultivation progress has increased from 31% to 33%. Ziyue glanced at the attribute panel, and after comparing, he immediately made some discoveries. That's great. I can use this place as a training ground for my spell cultivation and quickly increase my spell cultivation progress. With a thought, Ziyue could not help but feel a sense of pride. He reached out and patted the Imperial Beast bag, and the black puppy's figure instantly appeared beside him. Oh, as soon as it appeared, the black puppy immediately let out an excited howl. Although it was comfortable in the Imperial Beast bag, it was even more carefree in the outside world. However, immediately after, looking at the shadows of the locusts that filled the sky and the buzzing of the insects, its body immediately trembled, and it let out a panicked whimper. Even if it had evolved into a monster now, it could not afford to provoke so many locusts. Naturally, Ziyue would not let it be surrounded by countless locusts. With a slight leap, he sat cross-legged on its back again. The defensive spiritual light of the golden thread spiritual astral bead and the 2 layers of shield light of the positive and negative 5 elements shield technique wrapped around it one after another. It was only then that Ziyue calmly began to cast another spell. Shinto 5 Thunder Technique. This spell was one of the most powerful lightning spells among all spells. Its power was unparalleled, and naturally, it was much more difficult to cast than ordinary spells. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, after a total of 9 breaths, the Yuanli in his body instantly decreased by a large amount. In the void, a huge layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, as if a huge pool of lightning had appeared in the void. Golden lightning. With a thought, he pulled it slightly. Boom! In an instant, countless golden lightning bolts crisscrossed and fell from the sky. Boom! 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 It did not matter if they were locusts, trees, or spiritual herbs. Under the sweep of the golden lightning, they were all annihilated, turned into ashes, and dissipated into nothingness. Within a radius of close to 300 meters, there were no locusts left. It was empty, and it even seemed a little clear. Only the scorched earth on the ground made people vaguely feel the terror of the golden lightning apocalypse. Oh, the black puppy let out a low growl of panic. Its dog eyes were wide open, and its tall body was trembling slightly. This attack had really frightened it. However, this was Locust Mountain. Apart from the vegetation, the most abundant thing was the endless locusts. Almost not long after the golden lightning fell, countless locusts rushed over in the area filled with lightning, letting out bloodthirsty and terrifying cries. In response, Ziyue only pointed at the void again. With lightning, the oppressive pool of lightning once again brewed a terrifying aura of lightning. Boom! 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 Countless bolts of lightning rained down. Every single one of them was as thick as an arm. Densely packed, they once again covered a large area in the surrounding area. Water lightning, fire lightning, earth lightning. 5 consecutive lightning flashes fell, causing the void to tremble and the ground to crack and turn black. It was extremely terrifying, as if a divine punishment had descended. Shinto 5 Thunder. When the last purple lightning flashes fell, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear again. Even the bloodthirsty and violent locusts did not dare to step into the area filled with lightning at this moment. They could only retreat in all directions. Spiritual energy plus 29,672. Ziyue narrowed his eyes. Although his spiritual energy had increased, he immediately felt that there was not much yuan power left in his body. Instantly, a large amount of his spiritual energy was consumed to recover his yuan power. Chapter 324. So this is the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique. Even though it's not my first time using it, the power of this technique is truly shocking. No wonder it's known for its offensive thunder technique. Ziyue sighed in his heart. The 5 Thunder Technique could incinerate everything. In terms of power, it might not be the strongest technique he had, but in terms of destructive power, it was top-notch. As expected, only by casting spells in such a carefree manner will my cultivation progress be able to increase even faster. Just one use of it increased my Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique's cultivation progress from 34% to 37%. It's 3 times faster than before. Immediately after, he eagerly looked at his stats panel. When he saw the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique's cultivation progress, he couldn't help but be delighted. If it was in the past, it would be considered good if he could increase his cultivation progress by 1% after using the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique. Now that he could increase it by 3%, he was naturally excited. He patted the little black dog's head, and it charged forward again. Thus, another wave of locusts charged toward him like a raging wave. Moreover, the huge commotion caused by the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique had attracted the attention of the powerful beings in Locust Mountain. The locusts, which were as big as a calf and as small as a human head, let out ear-piercing cries. Under the summons, a terrifying wave of locusts charged towards Ziyue like an avalanche. Indeed, some big guys have been attracted. A glint flashed across Ziyue's eyes. If it were just some small guys, even if there were many of them, it would still be a little unpleasant to harvest their spirit energy. And these big guys were at least at the level of a mutated beast. The biggest ones had already become demons, and the amount of spirit energy they could bring to him was naturally much higher. Most importantly, such existences had too strong a rallying power. At this moment, it was as if all the locusts in Locust Mountain had been triggered. The entire world was covered by locusts. They swept up densely like dark clouds, covering the sky and earth. It was a scene of doomsday. No wonder no one dares to provoke the locusts on Locust Mountain. Apart from the fact that these locusts don't have much value, their combined might is not something an average enlightened immortal master can withstand. Ziyue frowned slightly. Individually, these locusts weren't very strong. Even those that had reached the demon level were incomparably weak against enlightened immortal masters. However, with the advantage of numbers, they were able to unleash destructive power that far exceeded their own strength. And wanting to exterminate such a terrifying number of locusts, the consumption of essence energy would surely be extremely shocking as well. Not to mention those immortal masters who had just entered the Aperture Awakening realm. Even those at the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm would not be able to hold on for long before their primordial chi was depleted. However, this situation was nothing to Ziyue. With sufficient spirit energy, his essence, energy, and divine sense were endless. He was not afraid of consumption at all. Therefore, when the locusts swept over, his expression did not change. As his divine sense surged, dermic runes were quickly drawn and formed under his sketches. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. However, in less than 3 breaths, countless locusts under the lead of those strange beasts and demon locusts quickly swarmed over. They were not afraid of death, had no intelligence, and were bloodthirsty and ferocious. The moment they approached Ziyue, they launched a suicidal attack on his defensive dermic shield light. They began to bite and destroy continuously. Under the cover of the dense locusts, the endless light was blocked. The dermic shield light also rapidly dimmed. They're just moths to the flame. In response, Ziyue's mind turned. He divided his attention, and the Zhou Tianyan magic mirror quickly rushed out of his body. The moment his essence energy surged in, boom! A ball of incomparably black flames rapidly swept out from the Zhou Tianyan magic mirror in all directions, covering everything. 7 demons, true fire. Under the scorching flames, heaven and earth were empty. Even strange beasts and demon-level locusts would be quickly burned and turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with the flames. For breaths, 5 breaths, 6 breaths soon, another large group of locusts swarmed in. The Zhou Tianyan magic mirror moved again, turning into a huge ball of ice flame that rose up. It was vast and mighty, like a ball of ice mountain, continuously spreading to the surroundings. Any locusts that came into contact with the ice flames were either frozen solid or burned to ashes. Swathes of them died. 7 breaths, 8 breaths, 9 breaths. The moment the 9th breath arrived, the thunderclouds that had just retreated spread out again. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and lightning illuminated everything. Whoosh! Endless lightning bolts fell from the sky, covering an area of several hundred meters. Any locusts that were caught in this area were all turned into ashes. Spiritual energy +3, +5, +4,458, +8, +46, +552, +5. The densely packed values of spiritual energy also flashed across Ziyue's eyes. In just this wave, the number of locusts killed by Ziyue far exceeded the total number of locusts killed before. It actually caused the spiritual energy to soar by as much as 700,000. Awesome! Ziyue roared excitedly and pushed forward again. Ice Flame Technique, Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique, 7 Demons True Fire, 5 Elements Shield Technique. One by one, he cast spells in turn. Other than the positive and negative 5-element shield technique being a defensive technique to ensure his own safety, every time he used a variety of techniques, the amount of spiritual energy in his body would increase by a large amount. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 3 million, for million, 5 million did not stop, as if he did not know exhaustion. After his spiritual energy was exhausted, with just a thought, his spiritual energy quickly turned into spiritual energy, allowing him to cast spells again. As a result, the entire Locust Mountain, a large area, suffered because of this. If one were to float in the void, it would be easy to see that the entire mountain area looked as if it had been gnawed by dogs. Large areas of the area were charred black, a desolate and dilapidated scene. However, what puzzled him was that the psychic demon, the Locust Queen, did not appear at all, as if she did not care that her descendants were being slaughtered. 9,200,000. Suddenly, Ziyue's eyes moved slightly, and he finally stopped. My spiritual energy has reached 100,000. My attribute panel has undergone the first upgrade. Now that it has reached 1 million, the attribute panel has undergone a second upgrade. Based on this, once my spiritual energy reaches 10 million, the attribute panel will definitely undergo a third upgrade. Upgrading is a good thing, but it will allow the attribute panel to better assist me, and perhaps it will have more optimized functions. However, the entire upgrade process will take a full month. Ziyue was somewhat reluctant. A month was too long. If it were any other time, he would be willing to wait. However, he was currently in a stage where his strength was rapidly increasing. Once he did not have the assistance of the attribute panel, his strength would definitely stagnate. This was very disadvantageous to his next plan. I can only give up on upgrading. Ziyue frowned slightly, looked at the sky, and finally decided to leave for the time being. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound of insects suddenly rang out. From afar, a tide of locusts was rapidly sweeping in his direction. One after another, huge locusts streaked across the sky. And behind this endless swarm of locusts, there was an incomparably huge locust that was 70 feet long and had a wingspan of 60 feet. It was also rapidly advancing towards him. The Locust Queen has finally made her move, Ziyue muttered to himself, feeling a little restless. This Locust Queen, in addition to her call, seemed to have mobilized the entire Locust Mountain. An army of at least 1 million locusts swept over in a grandiose manner, as if it could crush everything. If he could kill all of them, he would be able to increase his spiritual energy by at least 10 million points. This would definitely be a huge number. In addition to the 9 million points of spiritual energy he currently had, it could even directly increase his strength from the middle stage of the aperture opening realm to the perfected aperture opening realm. Moreover, it could also increase his strength from the middle stage of the higher heaven realm to the peak higher heaven realm. The temptation was undeniably great. However, it was still the same problem. Once his spiritual energy exceeded 10 million points, his attribute panel would definitely be upgraded. Under the lockdown, his strength would not be able to increase much within a month. This would be very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, even though he was tempted, Ziyue decisively put the black puppy back into the beast pouch. Then, with a thought, he summoned the Law Evasion Divine Sword and jumped onto it with a light leap. Rise! The Law Evasion Divine Sword trembled slightly and quickly lifted Ziyue up. It streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. Ow! As if it had sensed Ziyue's intention, the Locust Queen suddenly let out an earth-shattering howl. A huge force burst out from her huge body and crushed the countless locusts around him into dust. She spread her wings and turned into a flash of light as she quickly chased after Ziyue. Boom! There was an explosion in the void. Under the crushing force of her huge body, waves of air rolled violently. Bah! Right at this moment, the roar of a huge mountain goat sounded out. Soon, Ziyue saw a huge mountain goat that was 10 meters tall. It had a single horn on its head that was like a long spear, and its body was covered in silver-white fur. As it ran, it seemed to be extremely fast as it charged towards them. Boom! 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 The earth shook. A huge black bear that was at least 10 meters tall when it stood up came over from behind a mountain. Every step it took covered a distance of at least 70 to 80 feet. When it stepped on the ground, no matter how hard the mountain rock was, it would be crushed into powder. Not even its feet could be seen. Every step it took left a huge footprint. Every step it took left a huge and deep pit. The Locust Queen, the single-horned mountain goat, and the violent earth bear. 3 psychic demons have appeared together. Ziyue was shocked. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned around. No, there's another one. Chapter 325. Caw! A loud and clear cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an incomparably huge black eagle with a wingspan of 120 feet flew over like a bolt of lightning. The 4th psychic great demon. Ziyue was slightly cautious. Previously, he was a little surprised that the Locust Queen didn't appear when he was massacring the locusts. Now that 4 psychic great demons had appeared at the same time, he immediately understood that they knew that they couldn't defeat him and ran off to ally with the other psychic great demons. Looks like I can't underestimate these psychic demons in the future. Demonic beasts that have broken through to the psychic realm have already developed intelligence. They know how to think and learn. When they meet a strong enemy, they will naturally band together. If I treat them like ordinary beasts, I will definitely suffer a great loss. Ziyue was alert in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Of the 4 psychic great demons, there was only one that he cared about. It was the last psychic black eagle that had extreme speed in the air. Although it was only at the initial stage of the psychic realm, its speed was as fast as lightning, far surpassing his sword kinesis flight. It was comparable to when he was driving the Gale Silverwing shuttle. If he couldn't get rid of it, then he would definitely be surrounded by many psychic great demons. So I'll kill it first. Ziyue flew on his sword kinesis flight and met the Black Eagle. The Black Eagle's speed was extremely fast. Its golden eyes flashed with an extremely cold light. With a flap of its wings, endless astral currents flashed, and its speed soared. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, the 2 sides kept getting closer and closer. The Black Eagle's 2 sharp claws slightly opened, and a thick demonic aura began to brew on its body. It's coming! Ziyue's eyes suddenly lit up. With a thought, the flying sword under his feet, which had been ready for a long time, shot out in an instant. One sword to break all techniques. He used the sword kinesis flight technique to make the speed of the sword even faster and its power more restrained. It was as if it had to be used in a single attack, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Caw! The Black Eagle let out a loud eagle cry, and a jet black light shot out from its mouth. This black light seemed to contain an intense corrosive ability. It had just charged out when it caused the air to slightly distort and churn, creating huge ripples. However, just as the black light was spat out from the Black Eagle's mouth, the evading divine sword had already turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through it. Almost instantly, the ball of black light was dispersed and annihilated. The supreme grade spiritual artifact, the law avoiding divine sword, had the ability to avoid laws. Moreover, the one sword breaking all laws was a sword controlling technique that used the sword to break laws. The combination of the two could really bring the law avoiding divine sword to the extreme. Naturally, the Black Hawk's demonic attack was easily penetrated and dispersed. Immediately after, the power of the evading divine sword did not decrease, and it quickly pierced through the head of the Black Eagle. Puff! A muffled sound was heard. Black Eagle, who was rushing towards Ziyue at an extremely fast speed, stiffened and instantly lost his spirit. One sword strike, and an early-stage spirit detecting realm flying great demon, the Black Eagle, had died. Spiritual energy plus 42,653. Ziyue's spiritual energy value flashed across his eyes, but his body instantly fell to the ground. Without the support of the flying sword, it was naturally difficult for him to stay in the void for a long time. However, he did not panic at all. With a slight move, the flying sword once again turned into a ray of flowing light and stopped under his feet. After regaining his balance, Ziyue quickly noticed that the huge body of the Locust Queen was already rushing towards him like a sweeping wave. Swoosh! A strange and sharp insect cry was heard, like a ball of ripples flashing past. As it moved, everything in the surroundings, whether it was the nearby locusts or the branches and leaves on the top of the trees, were silently annihilated and turned into ashes. Soon, the ball of ripples approached and radiated in front of Ziyue. Swoosh! 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 The ripples quickly collided with the defensive light shield on Ziyue's body, making a loud noise. At the same time, the single-horned goat rapidly approached. The goat on the top of its head emitted a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. As it slightly raised its head, a ray of light like a sword beam quickly shot out. Puff! The light of the sword beam quickly shot onto by Ziyue's defensive shield light. Almost in an instant, it shattered the defense of the positive and negative 5-element shield technique that was already on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the remaining power did not diminish as it ruthlessly pierced onto the defensive aura of the golden thread spiritual gang bead, causing his defensive aura to tremble slightly as if it was somewhat unstable. What a powerful attack! Ziyue raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. The attack of the Locust Queen was not beyond his expectations. Although the Locust Queen was huge in size and was also a psychic demon, its combat strength could be said to be the weakest among the 4 psychic great demons. Its true advantage was its tribe. When an army of millions of locusts united together, they would cover the sky and cover the sun. Even existences that were far more powerful than it would not dare to recklessly fight with it. What really surprised him was the life-bound spell of the single-horned goat. It should be known that the single-horned goat was only at the early stage of the psychic detecting realm. The power of its attack was comparable to the full-force attack of a mid-stage psychic detecting great demon, which really shocked him. Somewhat interesting. Ziyue's eyes moved slightly, but he no longer had any intention of tangling with these psychic demons. With a slight wave of his hand, a ball of pitch-black flames quickly rushed out of his body, turning into a sky full of fire shadows that enveloped the insect clan queen. 7 Fiend True Fire. The 7 Fiend True Fire at the perfect level had terrifying power and was unparalleled. With just a light squish, the locusts within a radius of dozens of meters were all charred black and fell from the void. Ow! The Locust Queen let out a long, panicked shriek from her huge mouth. Violent ripples rushed out in an attempt to block the attack. Countless locusts in the distance went berserk in the blink of an eye, rushing towards them at high speed. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as Ziyue's flames. The boundless black flames easily annihilated the ripple's attack, and with irresistible force, tore apart its demonic chi defense. Then, like a demonic dragon of black flames, it drilled into the Locust Queen's body and quickly drowned it. Spiritual energy plus 54,123. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 psychic great demons had fallen and died. My spiritual energy has reached 9 million? After quickly killing the Locust Queen, Ziyue's gaze swept across the attribute panel, and he immediately thought to himself. He did not expect his spiritual energy to increase to 9 million in such a short period of time. With less than 100,000 spiritual energy, his spiritual energy would break through and reach 10 million spiritual energy. Moreover, as time passed, his spiritual energy was still rapidly increasing. 100,000 spiritual energy would not take long at all. Most importantly, there were still 2 psychic great demons present. If he killed these 2 psychic great demons, no, I must not let my spiritual energy break through to 10 million. Ziyue's heart tightened, and he quickly made a decision. Spend 300,000 spiritual energy to ignite 10 acupoints. Ignite. Without hesitation, Ziyue quickly chose to ignite them. Boom! In an instant, a sea of spiritual energy disappeared and transformed into a turbulent spiritual energy that surged within his body. On the other side, the single-horned goat seemed to have noticed by Ziyue's momentary absent-mindedness. It let out a soft bleat, and a beam of sword light shot out from the top of its head again, shooting toward him at an extreme speed. His heart skipped a beat, but Ziyue's face did not show any signs of panic. Even when his acupoints were ignited, his body felt a little uncomfortable. But because he did not ignite many acupoints, and because his spiritual sense was sharp, it did not affect him too much. With a slight movement of his body, a magical treasure in the shape of a book quickly rushed out from his body. It was the immortal martial sex treasure, the Zhou Tianyan Law Mirror. The moment the Zhou Tianyan Law Mirror rushed out, it rapidly expanded. As the light shone brightly, a huge mirror of light gradually appeared in the air. Boom! The life-bound spell of the single-horned goat was like a beam of sword light, directly colliding with the mirror of light created by the Zhou Tianyan Law Mirror. Like an explosion of lightning, the sword light contained a terrifying power, but it only trembled within the mirror of light and did not affect anything in the outside world. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the sword light completely solidified, gradually shrinking, and was completely sealed within the Zhou Tianyan Law Mirror. At this moment, the sealing power of the Zhou Tianyan Law Mirror was unleashed, sealing the life-bound spell of the single-horned goat within the Zhou Tianyan Law Mirror. Another 10 acupoints have been ignited. Now, the number of acupoints I have ignited has reached the level of 55. Ziyue had completely adapted to the power of the newly ignited acupoints. His cold gaze landed on the 2 remaining sentient demons on the ground. As if it felt that something was wrong, the violent earth bear's body trembled. The originally rapidly approaching gigantic figure only turned slightly, and then rapidly ran in another direction at an even faster speed. The violent earth bear fled without a fight, and on the other side, the single-horned goat seemed to be somewhat unwilling. As it ran, its 4 limbs exerted force on the ground, and then it suddenly leapt up. Boom! The earth trembled, and the body of the single-horned goat, which was originally somewhat tall, rapidly soared into the sky, directly leaping over 10 feet high, and pouncing towards Ziyue at an extreme speed. Seeking your own death, Ziyue coldly snorted, and the flying sword beneath his feet had already transformed into a beam of silver light, disappearing in a flash. This sword was similarly fast to the extreme and was also extremely sharp. When the sword was unleashed, it was like a silver line flashing by, splitting the heavens and earth into 2. Pooh! On the single-horned goat's horns, a cold light flashed, as if a spell was brewing within. However, before the spell could be unleashed, the flying sword was like a meteor from outer space, rapidly piercing through the goat's head. Spiritual energy plus 54,237. 1 sword, and the single-horned goat dead. Chapter 326. Boom! The single-horned goat's corpse fell to the ground with a muffled thud. It's running pretty fast. Ziyue looked at the violent earth bear in the distance. He thought for a while and gave up on the idea of pursuing it. On the other side, the million locusts that were charging towards Ziyue seemed to have recovered from their frenzied state the moment the queen died. They scattered and fled in all directions. Instinctively, they were terrified of Ziyue, who could kill the queen mother. They did not dare to get close to him. That's good too. Even though Ziyue had unlimited primordial qi and sufficient divine sense, he was still mentally exhausted. Therefore, he did not continue to pursue them. He quickly stepped back onto the ground. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The black eagle and single-horned goat's corpses were quite large, like 2 small mountains. We put their corpses into a storage bag. Ziyue's 6 storage bags were almost full. Therefore, he only took a small amount of materials from the charred body of the Locust Queen and its demon core before leaving. My spirit energy has already reached 75 million points, and this is under the condition that I've used up 300,000 points. Otherwise, my spirit energy would have definitely exceeded 10 million points by now. To me, it's really a great harvest. On the silver-winged gale, flying shuttle, Ziyue glanced at his spirit power on the attribute panel. He was slightly excited. 10 million spirit power. He did not even dare to think about it before. But now, he had easily obtained it. And all of this, in the end, is strength. As my strength increases, the efficiency of obtaining spirit power will naturally increase. But correspondingly, the higher my strength, the more spirit power I need to increase my realm. I can't say whether it's a good or bad thing. Ziyue sighed slightly. He still remembered that when he was still weak, a few hundred to 1,000 points of spirit power would be enough to increase his strength by a large margin. If he had 10,000 spirit power, he could directly increase his realm by a small realm. But now, even 1,000,000 soul energy could not increase his strength by a small amount. Even 10 million soul energy could not increase his strength from the early stage to the peak of the aperture awakening realm. In the future, once he reached the God realm, the cost would be even more terrifying. Of course, he was also extremely clear that even though he had consumed a lot more soul energy, the increase in strength from advancing by a small realm was still thousands of times greater than the increase of an entire realm in the past. There was nothing much to be done about it. Apart from the increase in soul energy and the spoils of war, my biggest gain from this trip should be the progress in the cultivation of some spells. Immediately after, Ziyue's gaze fell on the magic cultivation progress on the attribute panel. Among them, the one with the greatest improvement was the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Art. It had already reached 87% of the uninitiated stage. The shortest would be 1 or 2 days, and the longest would be 3 to 5 days. He should be able to officially enter the sect. Other than that, he had already cultivated the immortal martial true body to 82% of the uninitiated stage. Similarly, he would soon reach the uninitiated stage. Then there was the positive and negative 5 elements shield technique, 69% of the uninitiated stage. The single sword breaks all techniques, 45% of the uninitiated stage. The divine earth escape technique, 38% of the uninitiated stage. The weakest was naturally the invisibility technique that he had just obtained, which was only 3% of the uninitiated stage. So, my strength and potential actually still have a huge increase. Once I reach the uninitiated stage of these spells and rely on my soul energy to increase, it will definitely increase my strength greatly. Now, I am relying more on the power of my Dharma treasures. Even if I used the Supreme Grade Spirit Artifact, Evading Divine Sword, when I was only at the early stage of the Aperture Awakening stage, I would be able to unleash power equivalent to the peak of the mid-stage of the Aperture Awakening stage. Now that I have broken through to the mid-stage of the Aperture Awakening stage, even a late-stage Aperture Awakening stage cultivator would have to temporarily avoid me. Together with the great immortal martial handprint and the 7 demons' true fire, my true combat strength has reached the level of a late-stage Aperture Awakening stage cultivator. Ziyue silently compared the two and secretly made some plans. When he improved his various techniques, he would naturally be able to erupt with strength that far exceeded his current state. Even if his realm did not change, his combat strength would still be able to increase to the level of a peak Aperture Awakening stage cultivator. Even at this level, he would not be a weakling. He had never been arrogant, but he would not belittle himself either. After witnessing the strength of the sect master of the Tao Accomplishment sect, Zhou Qing, he naturally had a clearer understanding of the changes in his strength. Half an hour later, Ziyue's flying shuttle slowly descended from the sky above the inspector's mansion in the black crystal stone vein. "Sir Inspector, you're back?" Peijan hurriedly came over and greeted him respectfully as soon as he put away the Tempest Silverwing flying shuttle. "What's the matter?" Ziyue asked in a composed manner. "It's news about the Spirit Stone vein," Peijan hurriedly said. Ziyue's gaze froze. He had indeed ordered Peijan to find out about the Spirit Stone vein before, but he did not expect news to come so quickly. He hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" As you expected, after the news of Inspector Wu's serious injury spread, Immortal Master Fong Ping of the Tao Accomplishment Sect could not help but make a move. I just found out that countless miners and stewards from the Tao Accomplishment Sect moved out together and directly advanced 5 kilometers toward us. Now, almost a large area in the Spirit Stone vein has been occupied by them. If I remember correctly, the total length of the Spirit Stone vein is no more than 30 kilometers. They have an additional 5 kilometers. Now, our Chaoyang sect is only left with a 10-kilometer area, right? Ziyue raised his eyebrows and asked. Not only that, there's a bluestone gully in the Spirit Stone vein. That's a node of the Spirit Stone vein. At least 30% of the Spirit Stones that our Chaoyang sect earns every year are dug out from this place. Moreover, this bluestone gully is within our 10-kilometer area. In the end, it was also occupied by them. At this point, Pei Zhan carefully looked at Ziyue's expression and said seriously, Sir, if you want to obtain the management rights of the Spirit Stone vein, this is the right time. The only problem is that once you take over the Spirit Stone vein, you'll have to face Immortal Master Fong Ping of the Tao Accomplishment Sect. Previously, when Ziyue sent him to find out about the Spirit Stone vein, he had already guessed this. Hence, at this time, he would advise Fong Ping like this. Is there a chance? Ziyue smiled slightly, knowing that Pei Zhan had misunderstood him. The reason he was interested in the news about the Spirit Stone vein did not mean that he had any thoughts about the management rights of the Spirit Stone vein. The profits from managing the Spirit Stone vein were not attractive to him. The reason he was interested in the Spirit Stone vein was because he wanted to find a chance to attack the Tao Accomplishment Sect. However, he did not explain anything. Instead, he said, let's wait and see. Wait? Wait for what? Pei Zhan asked curiously. Wait for Wu Zhonghui to send someone here. Ziyue said softly. After all, he was not the inspector of the Spirit Stone vein. Naturally, he could not interfere in the Spirit Stone vein. He did not care about what others said, but if he interfered, it would seem deliberate and not smooth. It was not his style. Inspector Steward Zhang of the Spirit Stone vein requests an audience. At this time, an attendant said respectfully, Let him in. Ziyue raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Wu Zhonghui to ask for his help so quickly. He thought that because he had taught him a lesson, he would hold on for a while before asking for help. The Spirit Stone vein was a special mineral that was formed naturally after thousands of years of accumulation of spirit qi. Hence, the spirit qi around the Spirit Stone vein was usually not very rich. It even seemed a little chaotic. Cultivating in such a place was even worse than cultivating in a spirit vein node in the outside world. The next day, when the sky was bright, a flying shuttle with wanton spirit qi suddenly stopped in the air above the Spirit Stone vein. Ziyue was standing on the flying shuttle. With a thought, the flying shuttle shrank automatically and was kept in a storage bag. Then, his figure floated down from a void. Inspector Bai, you're finally here. Because of Inspector Wu's injury, his injury is inconvenient. From afar, a group of people quickly came to welcome him. The steward at the front was slightly unnatural. He continued, So, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you from afar. We'll bring you to see Inspector Wu now. Someone at the side quickly said, Are you sure you want me to see him? Ziyue looked at the steward with a faint smile. The steward froze and kept quiet out of fear. He broke out in cold sweat and said, I didn't mean that. It's just that I didn't expect Wu Zhonghui to still be playing such tricks at this time. I didn't think much of it at first. Since that's the case, I don't need to give him any face. With that, Ziyue paused for a moment before continuing, Go back and tell Wu Zhonghui that this Spirit Stone vein is under my management. When I return, I don't want to see him appear in front of me again. Also, if I discover that there's even the slightest thing missing from the treasury, all of you can forget about living. Yes, all the stewards' expressions changed. Then they responded respectfully. They naturally knew how powerful Ziyue was. Even Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming, 2 enlightened immortal masters, were not his match, let alone them. Therefore, they didn't dare to go against his words at all. Moreover, They knew very well that the crisis of the Spirit Stone vein could only be resolved by Ziyue. Otherwise, once the news that a large part of the Spirit Stone vein was occupied by Tao Attainment sect spread to Chaiyang's sect, they wouldn't be able to bear the blame from above. Chapter 327. It's him! It's him! Good Uzue flew on his sword in the boundless void, gnashing his teeth in anger. Very good. It's really good. His face was ferocious, and his long and narrow eyes flashed with endless coldness. To think that I intentionally befriended him and helped him advertise the auction of his spirit pills. But in the end, he actually dared to do it. How dare he kill my red dust? Good Uzue was going crazy. His murderous intent was as cold as the water in the nine hells. Soon, Red Dust, I'm going to send him down to accompany you in death. Compared to Chaiyang's sect, which had 3 Spirit Stones veins in the Demon Ridge Mountains, Tao Accomplishment sect, which was located nearby, only had half of one here. And it was half of the Spirit Stones veins that Chaiyang's sect had snatched from them. If it were not for Chaiyang's sect's concern that the Spirit Stones veins were located near Tao Accomplishment sect, Tao Accomplishment sect would not be able to own half of the Spirit Stones veins. However, as Tao Accomplishment sect grew stronger and became dependent on Bei-Shin faction, they became more and more dissatisfied with only half of the Spirit Stones veins. Hence, there were many fights over the Spirit Stones veins. This time, it was just an outburst after a long time. Bai Ziyue came from a spiritual stone mine belonging to the Chaiyang sect. Soon, he drove the silver-winged shuttle to the other side. Yao Yao saw a rather magnificent palace on top of a mountain. Tao's Accomplishment sect's mining department. Ziyue knew that this was the only gathering point of Tao Accomplishment sect. Without any hesitation, Ziyue landed on an open space in front of the palace. Who are you? Why have you come to Tao Accomplishment sect's mining department? Soon, 2 second-rate martial art guards came up and asked with a solemn expression. They were guards at the level of second-rate masters. They looked at Ziyue cautiously, not daring to act rashly. It was obvious that Ziyue was a cultivator of the path of immortality. When he arrived, he came in a very rare flying shuttle. Naturally, it was unusual. Chaiyang's sect, Ziyue. Ziyue said loudly. Ziyue? Immortal Master Bai from the Black Crystal Mine. The 2 cultivators were shocked. They had also heard of Ziyue's reputation. Fong Ping, come out and meet me. Ziyue had no intention of talking to the 2 warriors directly, so he shouted calmly. The voice sounded calm and unwavering. In fact, it was not loud at all, but it contained a very clever way of using sound skills. Not only did the 2 warriors standing in front of him hear it clearly, but everyone in the palace and the entire mining department could hear it clearly, except for those who used the power of the formation to isolate the secret room. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Tao Accomplishment sect's important grounds? Who are you? You dare to call Master Immortal by his name? How dare you? In the blink of an eye, voices were heard. Immediately after, many warriors and cultivators of the path of immortality rushed out of the palace. Almost immediately, their gazes fell on Ziyue, who was on the ground. The murderous aura that had been soaring to the sky suddenly calmed down, and they all looked serious. An immortal master of the enlightening realm. Of course, they could not casually reprimand someone like that. Only those who were at the same level as the other party would be able to talk to them. You're looking for me? At this moment, a tall and thin middle-aged man, accompanied by 2 cultivators of the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, walked out of the palace. You're Fong Ping? Ziyue looked at the man who spoke. He was tall and thin, with a broad forehead. His hair was a little red, as if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique. As for his strength, Ziyue already knew that he was in the middle stage of the enlightening realm. He had been at this level for 8 years and had at least ignited more than 100 acupoints. In terms of level, he was the same as Ziyue, but in terms of cultivation, he was more than twice as strong as Ziyue. Immortal Master Fong, This man claims to be Ziyue from the Chuyang sect. The two guards from before did not dare to hesitate, and quickly explained in a low voice. Oh, Fong Ping looked at Ziyue curiously, surprised by his young age. But soon, his eyes became cold, and he said coldly, if I'm not wrong, you're here for the Spirit Stone vein, right? It's just that you think too highly of yourself. How dare you come to my mining department alone? Or do you think that I won't dare to kill you because you're from the Chuyang sect? He knew that Ziyue was not weak, but he believed that he was stronger. Moreover, this was his territory. Not only was there a formation set up to suppress enemies, but there were also many martial artists and cultivators gathered here, including many masters of the Khanate stage. Not to mention that Ziyue was a cultivator who had just broken through to the enlightened stage. Even if he was an enlightened immortal master who was at the same level as him, he would not be afraid. Kill me? You want to kill me? You dare to kill me? Ziyue finally opened his mouth, his voice full of disbelief. But actually, his eyes were as calm as a lake at this moment, without any ripples. Long before he came here, Ziyue had been thinking about how to deal with this person from the Tao Accomplishment sect. Of course, the sect leader of the Tao Accomplishment sect had tried to kill him. But if the whole Tao Accomplishment sect was implicated because of this, he still had some concerns in his heart. It was not that he was kind, but he never thought of himself as a good person. He had been the Jianghu for a long time, and he did not think that those who died in his hands were all innocent. But the predecessor of the Tao Accomplishment sect was the Celestial Martial Arts sect. He always needed to remember some of the incense sticks. So, he set a bottom line for himself. There needed to be a reason to kill. Then, he did not expect Fong Ping to be so arrogant, directly saying that he wanted to kill him. Then, he already had a reason. Ha ha! What a joke. Who do you think you are? What's so hard about killing you? Why wouldn't I dare? Didn't your master tell you that in the immortal cultivation world, strength is everything, and the winner is king? You're just a fledgling, and I don't care if I kill you. Fong Ping laughed heartily and said disapprovingly, Is that so? Then, Ziyue's voice was calm, and he took a step forward. In an instant, a flying sword as swift as lightning flashed past. This sword was too fast. Before Ziyue could finish his sentence, it had already rushed out of his body, carrying the surging primordial energy in his body. Like a silver light piercing through the void, it exploded. You dare? As a middle stage enlightening realm cultivator, Fong Ping's reaction speed was not slow. As his expression changed, he retreated quickly. An array of spiritual light shot out from his body. Vaguely, through his sleeves, one could see that he was wearing a dermic robe with gold and silver lining. A low-grade dermic robe. A dermic robe could automatically protect the body at critical moments. Furthermore, the robe itself had a certain degree of defensive power. But he was fast, but Ziyue's flying sword was even faster. It was so fast that it did not give anyone time to react. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. No one would have thought that Ziyue would dare to attack Fong Ping single-handedly in front of so many people. After all, this was the territory of Tao Attainment Sect, Fong Ping's old nest. At the same time, Ziyue's flying sword was not only fast, but also terrifyingly powerful. The supreme-grade dermic flying sword crashed into Fong Ping's dermic robe's defensive aura. Under the effect of the evading divine sword, the aura did not even have the slightest resistance before it was pierced. Like a hot knife through butter, the flying sword fell on the low-grade dermic robe, a defensive dermic robe. Like a sharp knife piercing through paper, it pierced through in an instant. Puff! Blood spurted out. The flying sword force penetrated Fong Ping's chest, piercing his heart into pieces. Crimson blood splattered all over the place. Fong Ping, who was in the middle stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm, had an extremely strong aura and strength. However, he did not have time to use any means or say his last words before he fell to the ground with a thud. He was dead. Fong Ping was dead. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he? How could he dare to attack immortal Master Fong Ping? Then it's better for you to die than for me to die. At this moment, Ziwei finally spilled out the rest of his words completely. However, Fong Ping could not hear it anymore. Even an immortal master in the aperture enlightening realm could not escape death when his heart burst. Perhaps only a god realm powerhouse could not be restrained in this aspect. Fong Ping, obviously, had not reached this level. You. Everyone's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. What? You want to kill me too? Ziwei glanced around. A strong spiritual pressure belonging to an immortal master in the aperture enlightening realm rolled out in all directions. Instantly, no one dared to look at him, and no one dared to make a sound of rebuttal. Kill him? How? Even immortal master Fong Ping, who was in the middle stage of the aperture enlightening realm, was killed by a sword strike without saying a word. Who could resist? Even an innate realm powerhouse did not dare to show his face at this moment. Seeing this, Ziwei was not surprised. He stretched out his hand and waved slightly. Fong Ping's storage bag and a fiery red, gourd-type spiritual weapon were directly taken by him from Fong Ping's corpse. The storage bag was still fine as it was sealed, and he could not open it in a short period of time. However, the gourd-type spirit weapon was clearly something that the other party was familiar with and was filled with spirituality. Furthermore, it was a superior-grade spirit weapon with 65 Earth Malevolent seals and could be considered as decent. Immortal Master Bai, isn't this too much? The storage bag and the sword-storing gourd belong to Immortal Master Fong. Even if he's dead, they should belong to our Tao Accomplishment sect. Does Immortal Master Bai think that he can do whatever he wants because he's the strongest at this moment? Don't forget that the mountain gate of our Tao Accomplishment sect is not far from here. Moreover, at this moment, a level 9 Qi refining realm cultivator who stood beside Fong Ping finally could not help but speak. Junior brother, but soon the person beside him pulled him back, begging for monthly votes. Almost out of the top 100. It's very urgent. Begging for monthly votes. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.